if these 94 pages and these 464 photos are what are supposed to convince us that David Crowley is guilty, then the police have done a terrible job, And that's now it's on us. Now it's on the people. It's on the public to ask for more. And we're going to, and let's see what we actually get.
Several of the group have filed Freedom of Information requests to see the photos and have been hit with, I think, the couple people that have filed that got the same 464 photos. None show the weapon or the gun. Now, your question to Officer Gumbert is, was there additional photos that were not released? And he wrote back with his answer that the number of photos unreleased were in the hundreds. So the pictures of the weapon and the position of the bodies and the pictures of the gruesome bodies were not sent, which is fine. It sounds like the family didn't want those, and maybe they, that would make sense. But a picture of a weapon, the picture of the bullet holes in the wall where David shot at the dog, the other pictures throughout the house that were not shown. Why were there hundreds of photos withheld? Other than sensitivity issues, or if they were gruesome, do you know why there would be hundreds of photos not released, Greg?
They must be really gruesome. That's the only thing I can think of. So knowing that there was a dog that could have screwed up this whole crime scene, you still, within hours of walking into this house, you still say that you think that David Crowley's guilty. I would really like to know how many cops really walked in that house and knew that day that David Crowley was guilty, or how many might have thought that, well, maybe not. But let's see where the facts take us. So
I agree. I think that anyone stepping into that crime scene, whether they were a seasoned veteran law enforcement or an everyday Joe, would take a look at what happened and safely assume that, it looks like the husband went nuts, killed the two people and himself. I think anyone can stand to reason that was plausible, that he did this. But to come out and say that he did it and say we've basically solved it in 48 hours, I think that's what drives the folks like you and I crazy, because you don't know that. You can say that there's a suspicious deaths in the area. 3 people are dead. We're assuming it's a murder-suicide. We're investigating it as a murder-suicide. But the Apple Valley Police came out and said that there is no alarm there's no alarm for the public safety. This crime is solved, and he did it. And that's where I think that the fine line where you and I come in to say, you can't say that. You can assume, and you're going to go under that assumption as a working theory. But you can't come out and say that it is, and then say, well, we didn't know for sure until it was confirmed to us 7 months later when the BCA finished their conclusion. So then your first 7 months really was a hypothesis, is what we would have been more comfortable if Officer Gumbert would have said for 7 months, that was our working hypothesis. And then the BCA concluded their investigation, and by that information, then we concluded that David did this. Still is a hypothesis. But by saying it 48 hours, it really raised suspicions that was something was up, because there's no way you could tell, because nothing made sense from the get-go in this case.
No, and that never changed. When did that ever change? They never had a suicide note. They never had any real proof that David was the person who killed his wife and his daughter and himself. So what did they have 7 months later that they didn't have on those first couple days? And it's just like, I don't see anything. I don't see any evidence, and yeah. I'm just baffled by it. I'm really baffled by it.
Correct. We've seen nothing that's been sent to us as just citizen investigators. Nothing that shows that. I haven't seen any evidence at all that David did this. Now, I'm not assuming what happened or what didn't happen, but the point of the fact of the matter is there's been no evidence to prove that he did it. Now, we know that's a reasonable hypothesis, and that law enforcement did make that hypothesis and were using that as their working theory, which is fine to say, I think. But whatever came back from the BCA to Apple Valley Police Department to say that he did it, what is that? That's the question. What made it a slam dunk at that point? We haven't seen it. Apple Valley Police, when they did their final conclusion of the case closing, did not come out and say it's reasons X, Y, and Z that we just found out last week, and now it's the case closed. They just said that everything's done and it's all wrapped up in a nice little bow. So the question that we have is not as what I would call conspiracy theorists. We're not out here questioning what we're questioning what happened because we haven't been given any information as to what did happen.
Right, and I really didn't like some of the things that Gummert said in those 21 questions. And one of the biggest things that really, it just always gets under my skin. I try not to let anything get under my skin, but this one always does. Whenever they say, that because we're questioning it, that we think that our government killed David Crowley and his family. Okay, people can think that and we can theorize that, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, that's any less possible than David Crowley killing himself, but I'm also not going to say that I think right now that the government killed him. But I don't believe that David Crowley killed his wife and killed his daughter and then himself. That doesn't mean that it's not true, and I'm still open to the possibility that is what really happened here. It is highly possible, sure, but it's also highly possible that that's not what happened here. And so it's just like, okay, let's look at where this case has really taken us. And it's, for me, it's just come back full circle. We're right back to day one. What new information after 1 year? What do we really have?
All right, welcome, Ross. It's Greg and I. There's three of us here so far. We're doing a public broadcast here, going over the latest in the case. And one of the questions we had, Ross, was I don't know if you heard this or not with the 21 answers from Officer Gummert, is that he did say in his final paragraph, he wrapped up by saying, I know people aren't going to like this, but David Crowley and his family were not killed by the government or agents of the government. Now, why would he say that? I've never said that. Greg's never said that.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's the government or not, that doesn't really make a difference for what we're trying to find out, which is, whether or not David Crowley was, committed a suicide or was murdered,
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. And Greg, you said it best too. The question here that we're posing with our group is, was there foul play involved, yes or no? Now, yeah, that could fall under the umbrella of a government conspiracy, a black ops, a wet work team. It could have been friends, neighbors. It could have been co-workers from the Gray State Project. That includes a whole realm of things if there's foul play involved. And everything Absolutely. Here leads us to foul play. The only evidence that I've seen leads to foul play. I don't know what type of foul play, but we haven't seen any evidence yet that David Crowley did this. Is the part that's can't seem to get through. So people understand that. I think they think that we're conspiracy theorists thinking that the government did this hit. Now, which it might be certainly true as well, but I've never laid down that line, and neither has Greg, to say that we followed that suit. Some people certainly do believe that.
Yeah, and I think with good reason, but I think nonetheless, I don't know if the government really needs to put in the work to get that done, and either way, I think they would have benefited from it. You know what I mean? They didn't have to do it themselves to benefit from the outcome.
Yep.
Is the way I see it.
Greg, the other question that came up that I found very interesting is question number 15. Was the Department of Homeland Security or the FBI involved? And if so, why or to what capacity? And Officer Gummert wrote back and says, no, they were not contacted and they weren't not involved, which is fine. I believe that he's true and accurate in saying that they weren't involved. The question is, Mason Hendricks told you in confidence that that's the reason this is taking so long, is that DHS and FBI have got to sign off on this from the Apple Valley Police in order for them to go for this case to be closed. Now, why on earth would he say something like that That's nothing that could have been just taken out of context. I don't want to say it's an outright lie, but
No, right,
there's no
because
truth to that whatsoever. So
well,
someone,
that also, well, that could have been what he was told too. So
well,
maybe he was told, and maybe that wasn't true. I don't know. Maybe he was not telling me what the actual truth was too. But he's not the only one who has mentioned DHS and the FBI. Sean Wright also mentioned them too. And so, but here you have the lead detective saying no, they were not involved at all. Now, I think the question is well, if they were involved, would they have to tell us, or would they not? Now, just because Gummert doesn't say that they're involved, maybe it goes higher. Maybe he doesn't know. He's not in contact with everybody who is involved in this case, which seems to be the captain and the chief. So maybe they had some type of contact with DHS or FBI, but basically all that we know now is that Detective Gummert says that they were not involved in this investigation. I think that's a big statement.
What about them doing their own independent investigations, completely independent of Apple Valley Police? Then would they even know about it going on if they just show up and do their own research and they don't even tell them? You know what I mean?
True.
Which I don't think they would admit their involvement either way. Anybody,
Yeah.
from a higher level.
And
That's true.
Gummert said too, he basically said that they were not contacted and they were not
That's
involved.
true.
Could have qualified that by saying, to my knowledge, they were not. Ross, you had a good point that if they were and he wasn't aware of that, he wouldn't be necessarily lying about it either. Maybe they
Right,
were.
exactly.
But the fact
He just
that
wouldn't know. Like, damn, great stuff.
now Mason specifically said that was the reason the whole thing was held up. So if he's not lying, which I'm not saying that he is, he told you what he was told. The question was, or the question is, I think to this day is, if someone told him that's the thing holding it up, who told him then? Where does stuff like this get introduced? If it's fact, when does it starting to get fizzled out? And if it's not fact, who introduces these types of concepts as rumors? And that's more my beef. Not to point out who's lying, but how does this stuff come in? This is clear misinformation and disinformation if it's not in fact true. It's got to originate somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think we have to start with, well, okay, Gray State fans, do you believe David Crowley is guilty or not? I think some of the people on the Gray State pages, some of the fans, people that are posting on these pages, don't understand the Gray State team's point of view on this case. Now, I think at this point, a lot of people know that David Crowley has been accused of murdering his wife and his child and then killing himself. I am not so sure at this point if a lot of people understand that the Gray State team also believes that David Crowley is guilty. So it makes me wonder, why are you supporting, for those of you who are, why are you supporting this project going forward, knowing that the people who are going to be moving it forward think that David Crowley is guilty? You will never get David's vision. His vision of the movie was something different than what the Gray State team wanted. I think that's very clear. I think he made that very clear. And a few other people have made that very clear to me too, that David wanted to take the movie and the project in a different direction than what you're seeing in that trailer. Now, if that's true, then there's no way that the Gray State team could ever make David's project become a reality. They can only make it their project and do whatever they want with it. And yes, that will include spin-offs and series and video games and all this other crap. Who knows what else? But it won't be David's vision, and it never will be. Should the movie go forward? Should it be made? The documentary, pretty much finished, will probably be put out there. and the public will see it, hopefully for free, as David wanted. But should the Gray State movie be made at this point? Let's think about this. Let me think. If this was my family member, let's say if this was my brother who killed his wife and killed his daughter, but made this great film, this great project, I would not want that film out there. Because every time that I watched it, every time that I heard about it, every time that I thought about it, it would just remind me of that tragedy of what happened there. As long as the fans know, as long as you fans understand what you're supporting, that's cool. If the Gray State team is not going to give you all of the information that one might need to understand exactly what they are supporting, then hey, that's what we're here for. If you don't want to hear it and you don't want us to bother you with it and you just want to just do whatever you want, that's cool too. I'm going to put those comments out there. You're going to see some of those comments until I'm banned or until I'm unable to comment, which on the Gray State The Rise page, I can't comment now because I asked a simple question about Adam Kokesh. I asked a very simple question about this Kokesh tour that he's doing in Minnesota, I think October 21st or something. And they said, the Gray State team posted this thing. Hey, come on out. If you're in Minnesota, Adam Kokesh is going to be there. Blah, blah, blah. Got a new book, got some new stuff. And they also mentioned that they would have some updates for you. Okay, so you're going to have updates. So I asked, are there going to be any updates on why the Gray State team thinks David Crowley is guilty? No response, no answer, no biggie. Seen it many times. Many comments go unanswered. But then I noticed that I wasn't able to comment anymore there. Now, so far, I can still comment on the Gray State movie page. So I haven't been kicked off of there. I haven't been blocked there. So I do wonder who is running both of these pages and if it's the same people. And who's running the YouTube channel? That's a big one too, because the YouTube channel seems to be where this conflict, this internal conflict between some of the Gray State team members has kind of come from. A lot of the comments that I see on the Gray State page is, David was murdered. We need to move forward. This movie needs to come out. I've been a supporter. I want to make sure that this happens. I want to make sure that this film comes out. His death should not be in vain. And here you go, September 20th, 25th. This one lady posts, David Crowley and his family were slaughtered for making the movie Gray State. This is a documentary about the film, about the movie. The movie was unfinished and never released as the Crowley family died. The movie was never made. And I think that's also, it is the responsibility of the Gray State team at this point to look, man, you guys have got to, I think somebody mentioned they should do a Q&A. They should do a Q&A because a lot of people have a warped view and they have the wrong view of what's really happening here. And if you're going to move forward with this project, transparency is definitely going to be the best way to move forward. If you're honest about it, if you're honest about going forward with this project.
What they told us was a suicide note could have just been one more note that he was writing. And you don't leave two suicide notes in two separate forms in two separate places. So not only were they saying that there was a suicide note, a physical note left in the office room, they're saying that there was a digital note left on David's laptop in the kitchen. Both of them say something, but they don't say, I'm killing myself and this is why. If David wanted to write a suicide note or something, he could have done it right there. But what they're saying is instead of that, he decided to type something up where nobody would ever know if it was really from him or from anybody else. But we're just going to say that David did it. We're just going to say that he wrote this. And we're going to act like it's not a suicide note, but we're going to present it in a way that people might subconsciously think that it is a suicide note.
Now, just imagine if you're a first responder here, detective coming in without knowing his background, you'd think this guy was a lunatic.
Mhm.
So I take some compassion there to the detectives coming in. They're going to see this kind of stuff and the flags and the posters and the ammunition and the weapons and all this equipment. They're going to think, what the hell? And then in 2016 here, I think it was January 11th, is when police concluded their investigation. So we've been waiting, for 51 weeks here to get anything to chew on to move forward. And then only just today is when Greg Fernandez here received the photos from the request, the crime request, FOIA request, essentially, from the Apple Valley Police Department. And what they handed over to him was 400 plus photos of crime scene photos. Now, none include the bodies or the dog or the weapon. So they're just photos. So then once again, they're not that telling of anything, although some of these are very important. So he's scrolling along here now looking at it, but I'll let Greg and Vincent go ahead and chat.
Well, the first photo, the Allah Akbar, they said it was her blood, but did they say whose fingerprints those were?
They
No.
said it was David's, I believe.
No, they never went, and they never confirmed anywhere of who did the writing or whose fingerprints were in the writing. And that was one of our big contentions when this thing first out, because the police
Even
were
in
not.
that Fox News video, the captain, no, I don't know, maybe not.
No, they said it was Kamel's blood that was the words were written in. So they went out of their way to say whose blood it was. But the important thing is the fingerprints of who did the writing, and that was never
Well,
mentioned.
that'll be the first question that I asked Gummert then.
That's the first question that anyone should have asked.
Did they take pictures of the couch for foot impressions?
Not well. We'll go forward here, but I haven't seen any.
Now, a lot of his writing, especially this one, the letters are different. Like the O is written different multiple times. It's almost like he wrote some of this, like he may have written the Rise or most recent version, but it looks like someone else wrote Allah now or tried to copy his handwriting. Because I noticed that the handwriting, I analyzed other pieces of his writing, and it's too many different variations. I would definitely ask an FBI handwriting expert about that.
The other thing is everything is conveniently written in block lettering, so very
Those look
convenient.
like it looks like they were written at two separate times. That's what I would think, but I don't know.
With the Quran, you could open the book to almost any page, much like the Bible, and you could say, hey, there's a forgiveness prayer here. That's a little too convenient because there could be a forgiveness prayer in every page. Allah Akbar written in blood is something also you never do. That's always written in Arabic. You never write that in English on a crime scene. It's never written Allah Akbar in English letters. So that's also your red herring or a stage or something, because it's only written in Arabic. Go ahead.
That's just the front door.
Okay, but this was taken later. This was not taken when they first went into the crime scene. This must have been taken when they found a bullet right above that door, which how they missed that bullet hole, how they missed a bullet hole right above this door, just shows you why so many people have so many questions. And how, yeah, there it is right there. How did they miss that?
Wow, they missed a bullet hole.
That's the kill shot. That's the shot that killed David.
And the gun was found on the left side of him when he's right-handed. I would think if I shot myself, my nerve reflexes would still be holding on to the gun for like a half a second. And as I fell to the floor, then I would release the gun and it would be on my right side and the left side of my body.
Yeah, typically your muscles will clench up and it'll typically be still holding the weapon. The problem is with David's gunshot was shot in the forehead, not in the temple or anything. It was almost straight on, which would have been also hard to do, I'd imagine. But that's where the gunshot is straight in the temple, almost execution style, like someone is standing directly in front of him.
I
This
think
is after he cut his wife's hands off and his own hand off too, right?
Yeah,
And
Dan,
this
this is
stuff, right? Yeah,
Dan,
right.
this is why I said to Dan about 6-7 months ago about how this reminds me so much of the Cobain case.
Yeah,
It does.
yeah, it does. It does.
And Kamel was shot in the back of the head, right?
Twice they found.
With
This is all the same shot, by the way, just different.
shotgun.
Show me the other angle again.
Yeah, they have no trajectory strings there attached to those holes, telling
Yeah,
where
I
the
don't-
angle was coming from.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't look like that matches. I mean, where would David would have to be in front? Where would he have to be for that? He'd have to be.
You have to be laying on the floor, shooting himself straight up this way.
Yeah,
He's standing on his head.
Which is what they said he did.
that's one of the main things they would have done was line up all these shots and the position of the body, and we have none of that. We have none of that.
Yeah, we don't have the other three shots holes anywhere from Kamel and Rani. You know, where are those holes and where they were fired from? I didn't see those.
Yeah, I'm not even convinced that he did it because it came from his own gun. You know, it's Christmas time. People party around Christmas. Someone he knew could have came over, drugged both of them, and took his gun. They knew what kind of gun he had, so they put a silencer on it, and they killed everyone, and they made it look like he did it.
Why would somebody take it upon themselves to open up the ceiling and go up and look for another bullet in a crime scene that the cops may have overlooked without alerting the authorities? First said, guys, I think you might overlook. They were looking for something up there, maybe another hard drive.
And those gifts sat there for how long?
Roughly-
From the 28th,
Roughly
26th.
3 weeks.
3 weeks they sat stacked like that in the winter.
They looked in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, can you go back to that picture of the gifts? 3 weeks in the winter. That's hard for me to believe. Look at that.
That kind of weather.
They didn't get rained on. They're not wet at all. 3 weeks.
That's some really good paper.
You see what? Okay, we're fine. That's why I was so excited to see these guys.
And when exactly did it snow?
There was hardly any snow during that 3 week period, and no rain. I don't think either. So but they would have been moist or something. You would think, but there was no snow, no noticeable snow during those 3 weeks.
Okay, because they were very clear in the report to say there were no footprints when we arrived, no visible footprints other than animal prints.
No rain, no wind, nothing, no mist.
Funny how a brown paper bag doesn't absorb moisture from the ground. You know, if it was sitting in the snow was even anywhere near it, it would have a water stain. It would have.
Yeah, you can see the snow and you can see the water back there. You know, it's just those look like brand new presents. Can you zoom in at all on those, Vince?
Yeah. And the perps would not have left any tracks.
Way too. I
There was
mean,
no snow on the ground, right?
look for 3 weeks in the winter. Not even a rip,
No.
not even a little tear. Okay, thanks.
You're gonna murder your family. You're gonna murder your wife. You're gonna lock all the doors. You're gonna lock them in. You're gonna make them feel like prisoners. You're gonna feel safe doing it.
What about the dog? Are you gonna take that dog out too, or what?
Chances are that dog's gonna come at you and you're gonna kill him. So that dog is locked up. That dog's gonna freak when the first gunshot goes off. Especially if somebody drops to the floor. Dogs love you. Dogs love you. You know, if you're a dog.
This is the back door that they said was open a little bit in the
Yeah.
audio recording.
Now take note of those tracks too. Look at all those tracks. That's all theirs, from what they say. But there's dog tracks in there too,
Okay,
and they
but
had
that
to
back
chase
door
that
was
dog.
open at all. That back door was open even a quarter of an inch.
1/4.
A dog, hungry, wanting to find people for help, whatever, would open that door easily.
Or bark, at least, I would think.
Yeah.
But of course, now in the photo, it's closed.
My
Yeah.
dog would already be another zip code if I left
Yeah.
the door open like that for longer than 5 minutes, let alone weeks.
Now, this is right outside the back door. They thought that was interesting, whatever that was.
Yeah, what is that black thing? I was trying to figure out what that was too. Could that be hair? Or...
A ligature?
I don't know.
Something off a hippie's coat from the 60s, fringe?
But again, when this happened, when they died, there was no snow on the ground.
Dan?
Very little, if anything.
All right, so we wouldn't see any tracks.
I don't believe we would. I think there
If
is
there
the
was
focus of the footprint of the officers, because later you see the officers holding up their shoes, proving that it matches. So
Mm.
once again, they're going out of their way to prove something that's irrelevant, I believe.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, there's also a side door. Did they say whether that was unlocked and they can get into the house through the side garage door?
I think
They never
everything was locked, I believe.
Oh,
In fact, when the officers came, they gained entrance to the home using that sliding door after someone brought a catch pole for the dog.
Yeah, through that back door. But this side door, in one photo, it does look like there is blood on it. And it also, there's some red dots on the recycling bin right next to that too. So those should be coming up soon.
I smell a two-parter here, gentlemen. Again, I think we're gonna have to do this tomorrow night too, again, after we all get a chance to look at these and get zoom-ins on them too.
Yeah,
If you're interested, love to have you back tomorrow.
for sure.
Awesome.
That's the recycling bin right there. And you can see a couple little, just one or two little dots, maybe three. When did those garbages go out too? That's also key. I think that's a good thing to figure out. This garbage is empty. There's one thing in it. One thing in it. So
Oh, look how close the other house is, by the way. That's gotta be like 10 feet, right? Then there's houses back of them, and then there's another house to the left. So all these people had to be on vacation not to hear 6 gunshots from every caliber. I get really sad when I see pictures of his little daughter because I have a little girl, and I just could not imagine a father harming even a hair on his little daughter's head. I
Oh, there's
can't.
some psychos out there who do that shit, though.
I know, but no, I don't believe that David would do it.
I think a big thing is going to be, have they actually determined a time of death?
You could zoom in on this one.
only on the 26th, but no, they'll never have that. They'll never have a time.
I mean,
they'll
that
never
would
have
make a
a
big difference.
yeah. They don't have any motive. They have no proof that David Crowley is guilty, and I don't think they ever will.
That's the different handwriting that you see throughout this. You can tell that the original note that he wrote doesn't really match up.
Thermostat at 68.
There's the drugs that he was doing that made him flip out and kill everyone because he smoked a little bit of weed. Of course, he's guilty. Case closed.
I've
Oh my God.
I've
Case
murdered before myself, but it was always a pizza. You know what I mean?
closed.
Well, it's just sitting in that grinder too. That it's like it's not even being used, which makes me think that he was kind of in the process of, maybe he was getting ready to smoke and maybe something happened that he didn't have time to. I always found it kind of strange that the gun safe was just, wide open, but we'll come to that later. Yeah, there's the gun safe right there. I mean, I don't know, like, the only reason I would keep mine wide open is if I needed to get somewhere, if I needed to take that gun to somewhere right now, or else I would close it. But
And they weren't really clear about the hands being cut off. Maybe they used his hand to open the safe to frame him with it.
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, but
too.
you would
That's
find
a fingerprint safe, isn't it?
The
yeah.
whole edge of the bureau here was wiped off. Look at all the dust everywhere else. That was wiped off.
Yeah, except for that one area. That's a great point.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
That's
just to go back, that gun safe was not left open. That was for purposes of the photography.
And there's keys in there throughout the whole house. You're gonna find keys. You're gonna find multiple. I counted at least, not including the set of keys that we just saw, at least 3 or 4 different sets of keys in that house. I'm not saying that means anything or whatever. You also find notepads and paper everywhere. This guy was taking notes. He was writing all these different notes. What they told us was a suicide note. Could have just been one more note that he was writing.
What flag is
Where's
that
that?
from? Anybody know?
I don't know. I can't see it.
I'll look it up. No, theirs has got the half moon with the star, so it's not Pakistani.
It's got a crescent.
Now, keep in mind, David Crowley didn't have an office or a storage unit or a place where he can put he basically worked from home. So everything there was in his home. This would have been a very different scene if he would have had his supplies and props off site. But when you come in and you see this, all these things, right, when you come into the home, weapons and cartridges and props, ammunition, signs, and it's
Can someone tell me what these white things are? I mean, is these bricks of cocaine in his wall? I mean, what are these things supposed to be?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it.
I was thinking it was some form of soundproofing or something, some insulation, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it seems like he was, the handyman of the house, kind of.
Yeah, Greg, we need to keep in mind too for the others that this was home when they moved into this home. It was just a 2-bathroom home. They moved in, a year early, or they've only been there a year. And that basement, this bathroom right here that you're seeing was added later, so it wasn't yet complete. It looks like it wasn't yet complete. This is now the 3rd bathroom in the home.
These round circles, it looks like he's making himself in this bucket right here. And then storing it in the walls. And a lot of those sinks had a lot of white residue. I don't know if it was just toothpaste or what. These things seem really weird to me.
While we're talking here, while you guys are explaining things, I'll do a quick little search and see if I can find anything that looks or resembles it at all.
So are those discs sitting in police evidence? Are they still at the house, or where are those white discs at of the molds?
Yeah, they don't mention them. They're not in those 94 pages. They're not mentioned at all.
That's bizarre.
Well, there's a lot of things that they don't mention, you know.
I found out that the flag's Afghanistan. I'll screen share it with you guys.
Excellent.
That's the flag, right? Is that the same flag we saw?
That's it. So she was born in Saudi Arabia, but she went to Pakistan, but they have an Afghanistan flag. Is that?
And then they moved to Texas.
This gets weirder and weirder, this case, I'm telling you.
Yeah, the Alam family is currently living in Texas, and that's where they came when they moved to the States from Pakistan. But the family was from Pakistan, moved to Saudi Arabia. They lived at a U.S. military base in Riyadh when the girls were born. And when they were 6 or 7 years old, moved back to Pakistan for a few years to be with family, then moved to Texas, where Kamel finished school and went to Baylor University to get her degree, and then came to the University of Minnesota when they moved here to get her master's. So you've got a Riyadh connection, a Saudi Arabia connection, Texas, the state of Texas, which is a hotbed for military types and intelligence. And you've got Pakistan connected. You've got an Afghanistan flag. Who knows? Very strange.
Well, the Afghanistan flag, I mean, that's where David served, right? So,
He served there. Yep, that's the only connection to that. But
yeah. So, I don't know.
Well, plus this was an act of jihad, apparently.
Somebody was
Well,
afraid of something. Somebody was afraid of something that wasn't in the Raw Cut movie, but he worked on a finishing product, and he let somebody know what was in it, and that word got out.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Yeah.
you fill him in on that, Greg?
December 9th, a Facebook post posted on December 9th that was later taken down after David's death. And that had to do with Sean Wright asking David Crowley not to put Sean Wright's tax problems into David Crowley's documentary film. David Crowley told Sean that he doesn't have to worry because he doesn't have Sean's tax talk in the film. Well, it was in the one in the rough cut.
There are circular discs for soundproofing that can be put in any walls in a house.
Oh, okay.
Stop it. I can show you. It may or may not be it. This is I didn't find anything under any kind of construction purposes for it. But hold on a second here. I can I don't know if it'll let me here. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
See these
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Okay. This is called this is from a company called Gumtree.com. And if you want to read into them, man, they come in all different sizes as far as the circle itself, and they are used for soundproofing.
Oh, maybe that's one. Yeah.
That's the only thing that I can say, and it looks like I've only found it in the United Kingdom. I haven't found anything American made, so not that matters because people shop online all the time, but just wanted to put that out there. Could be a possibility.
Yeah, that makes me wonder if it was something that he actually made. This guy seems like, he was into making stuff like that, but
Right.
interesting. Especially with
So-
that bucket there. I didn't notice that bucket. But that also shows that he was planning for the future. I mean, there's so many things that show that he was planning his future. That he was not, it doesn't seem like he was planning on ending his life. It seems like he was planning on starting over, starting fresh.
What kind of dog was it? Anybody know?
Some kind of beagle mix, maybe 30 pounds, 20 pounds, kind of smaller. But that's still, if it's 3 weeks and it's 21 days, and if the dog, I don't know,
twice a day. You're still dealing with 42 piles of stuff around the house, and I haven't seen anywhere near that
Unless he's
on,
not
on these
eating them.
photos.
If he doesn't have any food, though, he's not going to be taking a dump, probably.
Unless he
Much.
was locked in the basement.
So, Greg, did you want to finish up on that story with Sean Wright's tax thing that was in the documentary that got him all riled up?
Well, we're still trying to figure out who took down David's post.
Yep.
If the cops had access and if the cops had contacted Facebook on the 17th, how is it possible that somebody was able to go into David's account and take those posts and those comments out? Only, I mean, in theory, it seems like only the cops would be able to, and they have no reason to. Facebook itself has no reason to, but somebody did.
Yeah, we've got screenshots before and after, so that's got to be looked at by the investigators. We're not sure that they did, but I'm assuming that someone in a good investigation would have certainly looked at that as an
because
avenue.
Trail of an IP of who logged in and from where.
Right.
Has anybody taken samples of the handwriting we're seeing now and compared it to the notes that the killer allegedly left behind, just to look for to compare it?
I mean, I've done it, but I haven't taken it to a pro, but it's definitely something that should be done.
It's pretty easy to pick up on little nuances on different letters, though, with people that even us quote unquote amateurs could probably to tell real quick if they would match up or at least be close.
Yeah, I would say that they don't match up. Just me personally, they don't. They really don't. And I don't see it as a suicide note either. So even if it does match, it's not a suicide note. No, it's not. And you don't leave two suicide notes in two separate forms in two separate places. So not only were they saying that there was a suicide note, a physical note left in the office room, they're saying that there was a digital note left on David's laptop in the kitchen. Both of them say something, but they don't say, I'm killing myself and this is why. Or they don't say, they don't say anything like that. Nothing. There's a little blood at the bottom right corner where that little arrow is pointing. You can see the blood there. You'll see trails later. And that could have been where the dog was sleeping right there. Some of the blood looks like kind of like in the upper corner. It kind of looks like a trail, maybe a blood trail. Maybe the dog was carrying something. I don't know. In the middle right corner, that looks like dog poop. Might be one of the only signs of dog poop there. I don't know. It's very small, but it's slender. It's very slick. It looks like that's what it looks like to me. Very unhealthy dog poop. And so this must have been, that blood that we just saw must have been where David shot himself. He must have been, how would you say, facing right, I guess. His head was looking towards the right of this screen if that bullet hole was his. But if he's missing his whole skull and he's missing his hand, there should be a lot more blood there.
There should be way more blood.
Way more
Yeah,
blood.
Way more blood.
Yeah,
Maybe
when
we're not seeing.
when we get into the other photos here, you see some, but not the extent of what you would see for the loss of life for 3 individuals here. You'd see large amounts of blood, pooling of blood.
And this looks like they're just taking this photo so that they can prove that there was no signs of anybody trying to break in or anything like that. But nobody needed to break in because the back slider was open. So
Correct.
They should have never even went there.
Yeah, there's dozens of photos of the doors and the door jams.
That's a picture from the inside. Why wouldn't they take a picture from the outside to prove that nobody tried to jimmy it open?
Well, they did. Those were the pictures where we saw those presents moved. So those come up later too.
Because the door does look like it was forcibly opened at one time and then repaired.
Interesting. Because of that little mark right there
Oh,
in the
yeah.
middle of it. Yeah. Now this is the weirdest thing to me because I don't know anything about crime scenes or any of that stuff really, but why is this blue? This could only be blue from maybe ink, from the Quran, maybe. And I was also trying to figure out, are these footprints or are these handprints or are these both? Because they're all going in separate ways.
I think they're footprints, the police said, and they're David's. And I don't know
Okay.
if it's really blue, but it's the dark color that blood turns when it's after it's exposed. It's a darker, I guess, color. So that seems to me like it's.
Well, all right, but there's.
Doesn't it turn that color after they spray luminol on it or something?
Oh, okay, that would make sense.
At first, I thought it was a footprint, but then if you look at it, it looks like there's a thumb on it right up there. The bottom right one, it looks extremely long. That looks more like a thumb right there.
Okay. Which is weird too. Yeah. And
What's up
in
with
that upper.
All the hair everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, the hair is strange too. So here they're blue or green but elsewhere you'll see at least one set of footprints that are still red. So I was trying to understand if they did spray this with, something for testing, how come they didn't spray the other one? Maybe they did and they took the picture first. But if that's true, they should have also taken this picture first. They should not have done anything with this photo. They should have taken it in the natural state, basically.
The footprints don't even look right. I mean, if
They're
you're leaving
big.
footprints,
Yeah.
there's one this way, there's one this way, and then there's a foot here, like they were placed there intentionally.
One kind of looks like a dog print, but yeah, I had the hardest time figuring that out. So there's the front door.
Yeah,
So it
see
looks like
in
David was probably
Yeah.
like a handyman, and that was probably a drive-in back set to start with, and it looks like he had to do some chiseling there to get that particular type of a strike installed there.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you'll see stuff like that throughout the whole house where he's doing it himself. He's
Yeah.
a fix-it guy, which, it's good. So is this the side?
That's the jam, looks like, of the front door,
Okay.
complete with drywall screws holding it, just like I do.
There's the bodies. Now that picture, the bodies were moved at this point. This is not where the bodies were. This is not where the bodies should have been. Why they're here is very, very strange. The one in the upper right has got to be David, which would kind of make sense where that bullet hole was found above the door. The white body bag is probably the daughter, I'm guessing.
Yeah, someone zoomed in earlier today and said it was the daughter. But the question is, they were moved because for those new here, the police investigation said that little Ranny was sitting or laying in the lap or within between the legs of her mother Comel. So they were all basically, the two of them were together. They were not like this, so they must have moved them for some reason. But once again, we still haven't seen the crime scene photos, if they released them or not. But if they're going to be redacted, but it'd be interesting to see the bodies in this actual state as they were lying and what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
Body bags doesn't help us here. It doesn't tell.
Yeah, I
us
got a
anything.
question for you guys. So obviously they got a Christmas tree there and Christmas decorations. Was the family a practicing Christian family or practicing Muslim family, or were they commingling? Do you know, or what was the faith of the family as a whole? How are they raising the daughter?
I
seem
believe
like-
they were. I think they were Christian. I don't know how active. They didn't go to church too often, but David was Christian. Family members have said that Comel did convert to Christianity after the marriage, but
Well, that's
I think they celebrated the Christmas for the holidays from the
Did they
perspective.
celebrate Muslim holidays? I wonder, or did she just leave that behind and
you're not
Possibly
allowed to convert.
her family?
You're not allowed to convert. You convert, you die. You leave the Muslim faith, you die. There are no exceptions.
That's not always true. No, that's not
Mm.
always true.
There's
No, I
somebody-
know Muslims who have them.
Then they're not practicing the Quran. That would be like a Christian saying, "Well, I'm saved, so I could just sin anyways."
Which they do.
Yeah, it's very strange.
They're only fooling themselves doing it. Yeah,
Well, yeah. We all sin, so
we all do.
yeah.
Saying that it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen, but it would be about saying an 80-20 on a scale out of 100. 80 it happens and 20 it doesn't, and it pisses a lot of people off for some reason when they change.
And she's from the old country. It sounds like she's from that area, so her family's probably pretty hardcore Muslim, I'm gonna guess.
The other thing is when Comel was died, that the family did request the body of hers be sent back down to Texas for a proper burial, and the father did request the body get washed a certain way for the Muslim burial. That's all that we know.
Yeah, if you go back that one, yeah, that one right there. I think that's
See,
about
now,
as
you see a lot of
Right.
hair, but where's the pools of blood? There's 3 people died in that area. I'm
there's
guessing.
there should be a lot of blood on that carpet, and there are stains, and I guess depending on the time, that blood
Is that
stains.
a body in that bag right there, right?
Yeah, it is. That's
There should
the
be
wife's
blood
body.
everywhere. There should be blood
Yeah.
everywhere.
Now the cutting off of all the hair would be somebody pissed off that she's not wearing a habib. She's not covering herself. This is religious. You're uncovered. Before I cut your throat and cut your head off, I'm cutting all your hair off.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the Muslims I know, it's very, very different, and really we're not talking about Muslims from the past. These are Muslims that don't want to live in their Muslim country. They want to live here.
Extended family. They have extended family.
Yes, they do. You're right.
Extended family have friends that are already here in America that would gladly say, because they call it what? Honor killing. And it's an honor to the person to go and do it, which is sick, but
To the child too, though.
yeah.
I don't know.
What do they look for at all crime scenes? Hair fibers. How do you confuse this scene? You put hair everywhere. You make the guy's job a nightmare, so he doesn't even want to search for other people's hair fibers.
Excellent point.
Yeah, well, the dog could have done that too, right?
Let's stop there, guys. Mark it at 225? And let's
Are
do
there
the other half.
photos of the dog? Are there
Mark.
photos of the dog? Are there photos of was the feces collected to see the human remains digested, the human bone particles that would have been in there? Were there photographs of the dog's face? Was the dog's mouth swabbed? The dog's hair cut to take any kind of samples that are on the dog? The dog's the only witness.
Yeah, I want time to go through everything we've looked at, and then I don't want to even look at the next, what is it, 220 something, until tomorrow, because I like the way we're analyzing them as they come up, but I want to analyze those some more. And I want to say, I mean, we can say there's been futuristic movies made about this crap that he was talking about, but we have not seen a movie where in real time right now in present time that they're showing, you know, the government sitting there staring through computer screens, watching us on a daily basis. And what we're talking about here is the ruling elite, government corruption, deliberate economic death.
Note could have just been one more note that he was writing. They moved to Texas.
This gets weirder and weirder, this case, I'm telling you.
Yeah, the family, the Alam family, is currently living in Texas, and that's where they came when they moved to the States from Pakistan. But The family was from Pakistan, moved to Saudi Arabia. They lived at a U.S. military base in Riyadh when the girls were born. And when they were 6 or 7 years old, moved back to Pakistan for a few years to be with family, then moved to Texas, where Kamel finished school and went to Baylor University to get her degree, and then came to the University of Minnesota when they moved here to get her master's. So you've got a Riyadh connection, a Saudi Arabia connection, Texas, the state of Texas, which is a hotbed for military types and intelligence. And you've got Pakistan connected. You've got an Afghanistan flag. Who knows? Very strange.
Well, the Afghanistan flag, I mean, that's where David served, right? So,
He served there. Yep, that's the only connection to that. But
yeah. So, I don't know.
Well, plus this was an act of jihad, apparently.
Somebody was
Well,
afraid of something. Somebody was afraid of something that wasn't in the raw cut movie, but he worked on a finishing product and he let somebody know what was in it, and that word got out.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Yeah.
you fill them in on that, Greg?
December 9th, a Facebook post posted on December 9th that was later taken down after David's death. And that had to do with Sean Wright asking David Crowley not to put Sean Wright's tax problems into David Crowley's documentary film. David Crowley told Sean that he doesn't have to worry because he doesn't have Sean's tax talk in the film. Well, it was in the one in the rough cut.
There are circular discs for soundproofing that can be put in any walls in a house.
Oh, okay.
Stop it. I can show you. It may or may not be it. This is the. I didn't find anything under any kind of construction purposes for it, but hold on a second here. I can. I don't know if it'll let me here. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
See these
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Okay. This is called, this is from a company called Gumtree.com. And if you want to read into them, man, they come in all different sizes as far as the circle itself, and they are used for soundproofing.
Oh, maybe that's one. Yeah.
That's the only thing that I can say, and it looks like I've only found it in the United Kingdom. I haven't found anything American made, so not that that matters because people shop online all the time, but just wanted to put that out there. Could be a possibility.
Yeah, that makes me wonder if it was something that he actually made. This guy seems like, he was into making stuff like that, but
Right.
interesting. Especially with
So-
that bucket there. I didn't notice that bucket. But that also shows that he was planning for the future. I mean, there's so many things that show that he was planning his future. That he was not, it doesn't seem like he was planning on ending his life. It seems like he was planning on starting over, starting fresh.
What kind of dog was it? Anybody know?
Some kind of beagle mix, maybe 30 pounds, 20 pounds, kind of smaller. But that's
Yeah.
still, if it's 3 weeks and it's 21 days, and if the dog, I don't know, twice a day, you're still dealing with 42 piles of stuff around the house. And I haven't seen anywhere near that
Unless he's
on
not
these
eating them.
photos.
If he doesn't have any food, though, he's not going to be taking a dump, probably.
Unless he
Much.
was locked in the basement.
So, Greg, did you want to finish up on that story with Sean Wright's tax thing that was in the documentary that got him all riled up?
Well, we're still trying to figure out who took down David's post.
Oh, yep.
If the cops had access And if the cops had contacted Facebook on the 17th, how is it possible that somebody was able to go into David's account and take those posts and those comments out? Only, I mean, in theory, it seems like only the cops would be able to, and they have no reason to. Facebook itself has no reason to, but somebody did.
Yeah, we've got screenshots before and after, so that's got to be looked at by the investigators. We're not sure that they did, but I'm assuming that someone in a good investigation would have certainly looked at that
Yeah,
as an
because
avenue.
trail of an IP of who logged in and from where.
Right.
Has anybody taken samples of the handwriting we're seeing now and compared it to the notes that the killer allegedly left behind, just to look for to compare it?
I mean, I've done it, but I haven't taken it to a pro, but it's definitely something that should be done.
It's pretty easy to pick up on little nuances on different letters, though, with people, even us quote unquote amateurs could probably to tell real quick if they would match up or at least be close.
Yeah, I would say that they don't match up. Just me personally, they don't. They really don't. And I don't see it as a suicide note either. So even if it does match, it's not a suicide note. No, it's not. And you don't leave two suicide notes in two separate forms in two separate places. So not only were they saying that there was a suicide note, a physical note left in the office room, they're saying that there was a digital note left on David's laptop in the kitchen. Both of them say something, but they don't say, I'm killing myself and this is why. Or they don't say, they don't say anything like that. Nothing. There's a little blood at the bottom right corner where that little arrow is pointing. You can see the blood there. You'll see trails later. And that could have been where the dog was sleeping right there. Some of the blood looks like kind of like in the upper corner. It kind of looks like a trail, maybe a blood trail. Maybe the dog was carrying something. I don't know. In the middle right corner, that looks like dog poop. Might be one of the only signs of dog poop there. I don't know. It's very small, but it's slender. It's very slick. It looks like that's what it looks like to me. Very unhealthy dog poop. And so this must have been, that blood that we just saw must have been where David shot himself. He must have been, how would you say, facing right, I guess. His head was looking towards the right of this screen if that bullet hole was his. But if he's missing his whole skull and he's missing his hand, there should be a lot more blood there.
There should be way more blood.
Way more
Yeah,
blood.
Way more blood.
Yeah,
Maybe we're not seeing.
when we get into the other photos here, you see some, but not the extent of what you would see for the loss of life for 3 individuals here. You'd see large amounts of blood, pooling of blood.
And this looks like they're just taking this photo so that they can prove that there was no signs of anybody trying to break in or anything like that. But nobody needed to break in because the back slider was open. So
Correct.
They should have never even went there.
Yeah, there's dozens of photos of the doors and the door jams.
That's a picture from the inside. Why wouldn't they take a picture from the outside to prove that nobody tried to jimmy it open?
Well, they did. Those were the pictures where we saw those presents move. So those come up later too.
Because the door does look like it was forcibly opened at one time and then repaired.
Interesting. Because of that little mark right there in the middle of it. Yeah. Now this is the weirdest thing to me because I don't know anything about crime scenes or any of that stuff really, but why is this blue? This could only be blue from maybe ink from the Quran, maybe. And I was also trying to figure out, are these footprints or are these handprints or are these both? Because they're all going in separate ways.
I think they're footprints, the police said, and they're David's. And I don't know if
Okay.
it's really blue, but it's the dark color that blood turns when it's after it's exposed. It's a darker, I guess, color. So that seems to me like it's
Well, all right, but there's
Doesn't it turn that color after they spray luminol on it or something?
oh, okay, that would make sense.
At first, I thought it was a footprint, but then if you look at it, it looks like there's a thumb on it right up there. The bottom right one, it looks extremely long. That looks more like a thumb right there.
Okay, which is weird too. Yeah. And in
What's up
that
with
upper,
all the hair everywhere?
yeah, the hair is strange too. So here they're blue or green, but elsewhere you'll see at least one set of footprints that are still red. So I was trying to understand if they did spray this with, something for testing, how come they didn't spray the other one? Maybe they did, and they took the picture first. But if that's true, they should have also taken this picture first. They should not have done anything with this photo. They should have taken it in the natural state, basically.
The footprints don't even look right. I mean, if
They're
you're leaving
big.
footprints,
Yeah.
there's one this way, there's one this way, and then there's a foot here, like they were placed there intentionally.
One kind of looks like a dog print, but yeah, I had the hardest time figuring that out. So there's the front door.
Yeah,
So it
see
looks like David was probably like a handyman, and that was probably a drive-in back set to start with, and it looks like he had to do some chiseling there to get that particular type of a strike installed there.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you'll see stuff like that throughout the whole house where he's doing it himself. He's a fix-it guy, which, it's good. So is this a side?
That's the jam, looks like, of the front door.
Okay.
Complete with drywall screws holding it, just like I do.
There's the bodies. Now that picture, the bodies were moved at this point. This is not where the bodies were. This is not where the bodies should have been. Why they're here is very, very strange. The one in the upper right has got to be David, which would kind of make sense where that bullet hole was found above the door. The white body bag is probably the daughter, I'm guessing.
Yeah, someone zoomed in earlier today and said it was the daughter. But the question is, they were moved because for those new here, the police investigation said that little Randy was sitting or laying in the lap or between the legs of her mother Comel. So they were all basically, the two of them were together. They were not like this, so they must have moved them for some reason. But once again, we still haven't seen the crime scene photos, if they released them or not, but if they're going to be redacted. But it'd be interesting to see the bodies in this actual state as they were lying and what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
Body bags doesn't help us here. Doesn't tell.
Yeah, I
tell us
got a
anything.
question for you guys. So obviously they got a Christmas tree there and Christmas decorations. Was the family a practicing Christian family or practicing Muslim family, or were they commingling, do you know, or what was the faith of the family as a whole? How are they raising the daughter?
I think they were Christian. I don't know how active. They didn't go to church too often, but David was Christian. Family members have said that Comel did convert to Christianity after the marriage, but
well, that's
I think they celebrated the Christmas for the holidays from from the
Did they
perspective.
celebrate Muslim holidays, though, I wonder? Or did she just leave that behind and
You're not allowed
possibly
to convert.
her family?
You're not allowed to convert. You convert, you die. You leave the Muslim faith, you die. There are no exceptions.
That's not always true. No, that's not
Mm.
always true.
There's
No, I
somebody
know
in the family
Muslims
that
who
come
have
and
them.
get you. Then they're not practicing the Quran. That would be like like a Christian saying, "Well, you know, I'm saved, so I could just sin anyways."
Which they do.
Yeah, it's very strange.
They're only fooling themselves doing it. Yeah,
Well, yeah. We all sin, so
we all do.
yeah.
Saying that it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen, but it would be about saying an 80-20 on a scale out of 100. 80 it happens and 20 it doesn't. And it pisses a lot of people off for some reason when they change.
And she's from the old country. It sounds like she's from that area, so her family's probably pretty hardcore Muslim, I'm gonna guess.
The other thing is when Comel was died, that the family did request the body of hers be sent back down to Texas for a proper burial, and the father did request the body get washed a certain way for the Muslim burial. That's all that we know.
Yeah, if you go back that one, yeah, that one right there. I think that's
See,
about
now,
as
you see a lot of
Right.
hair, but where's the pools of blood? There's 3 people died in that area. I'm
there's
guessing.
like there should be a lot of blood on that carpet, and there are stains, and I guess depending on the time, that blood
Is that
stains.
a body in that bag right there, right?
Yeah, it is. That's
There should
the
be
wife's
blood
body.
everywhere. There should be blood
Yeah.
everywhere.
Now the cutting off of all the hair would be somebody pissed off that she's not wearing a habib. She's not covering herself. This is religious. You're uncovered. Before I cut your throat and cut your head off, I'm cutting all your hair off.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the Muslims I know, it's very, very different, and really we're not talking about Muslims from the past. These are Muslims that don't want to live in their Muslim country. They want to live here.
Extended family. They have extended family.
Yes, they do. You're right.
Extended family have friends that are already here in America that would gladly say, because they call it what? Honor killing. And it's an honor to the person to go and do it, which is sick, but
To the child too, though.
yeah.
I don't know.
What do they look for at all crime scenes? Hair fibers. How do you confuse this scene? You put hair everywhere. You make the guy's job a nightmare, so he doesn't even want to search for other people's hair fibers.
Excellent point.
Yeah, well, the dog could have done that too, right?
Let's stop there, guys. Mark it at 225? And let's
Are
do
there
the
photos of the dog? Are there
Mark.
photos of the dog? Are there photos of was the feces collected to see the human remains digested, the human bone particles that would have been in there? Were there photographs of the dog's face? Was the dog's mouth swabbed? The dog's hair cut to take any kind of samples that are on the dog? The dog's the only witness.
Yeah, I want time to go through everything we've looked at, and then I don't want to even look at the next, 220 something until tomorrow, because I like the way we're analyzing them as they come up, but I want to analyze those some more. And I want to say, I mean, we can say there's been futuristic movies made about this crap that he was talking about, but we have not seen a movie where in real time right now, in present time, that they're showing, the government sitting there staring through computer screens, watching us on a daily basis. And what we're talking about here is the ruling elite, government corruption, deliberate economic devastation, police state tactics, militarization of the police, brutalization, problem reaction solution, mass indoctrination and propaganda, all forms of surveillance, counterterrorism, left-right political paradigms, individualism, communism, cognitive dissonance, military and war. We're seeing this all in one film, and I really think that he was about to bring some shit out that the public was not going to be able to handle, and that it was going to blow the lid off of what the government is doing, the corrupt forces that have hijacked our government are doing. What we've seen, what happened with the Patriots now in Oregon, as they're being demonized, and Patriots is used throughout this entire documentary, which for some reason his co-filmmakers have decided to not release for some reason.
Hold on, I'm going to start this recording.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Nothing. I have one question to start with.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a spring cold. You know David Crowley from his social media posts and a few tapes he made before December 2014. On social media, David was a loving family man, brilliant screenwriter who loved his fans and was about to make it big with Gray State. What was David like when he wasn't on social media or behind a microphone or camera?
You're asking me?
Yes.
How would I know that?
Well, in order to state that David Crowley would never do this, you must know what he's like.
I never stated that, though.
Everybody does.
I never did.
I question that, but
Okay.
your turn.
Well, I have proof. Every time that somebody has ever asked me, I've never stated that I knew, because I don't know.
Right. So it's.
But I'm keeping an open mind.
But
maybe it's possible, and maybe it's not.
What I'm saying is that you make statements like David would never murder his daughter. You know, it's hard to believe.
I've never made
he's happy on social media. He posted this. Doesn't sound like someone about to commit suicide. Things like that. And I think you should know who he was off the internet, in person. What was his personality like? How was he in December of 2014?
Well, you're the neighbor, so you tell me.
Well, I have told you constantly for 2 years. He was depressed. He was mentally ill. He was not the David that he was on social media. And yet every time I've said that, you know, everybody has attacked me for saying it. So
No. You're the problem with you is that you are convinced that David Crowley is guilty, but the evidence does not back that up from what I'm seeing. Now, it's okay for you to believe whatever you want, but you should also have respect for other people and allow them to believe whatever they want too.
I have, you know, I started out trying to just tell you what I knew. And from the first day, I started being called a liar. Ray Nix started giving me sermons.
Yeah, he was giving me sermons too, and I just blocked them.
And you laughed.
Closed right there.
You know, I was trying to answer everyone's questions in the order that you put them, and I couldn't get through them as fast as all of you were throwing them at me. So all of a sudden, I became a joke. So I decided then and there you weren't really interested in the truth. Okay, we got that behind us. Why don't you ask a question?
Okay, tell me what you saw when you went over to the house.
Okay, Colin and I had a discussion about the Christmas gifts. I asked him if they were still on the steps, and he said, "I'll go look." So he went over there, and he was going to gather them up and bring them home, but instead he just started stacking them on the steps. And then the dog attacked the window, and he thought, well, that's really weird because they were out of town. They wouldn't have their dog home. So he rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and nobody answered. So then he got curious. He peeked through the window, and he saw what he wanted to be mannequins. And the reason he said mannequins is because of the shape, condition the bodies were in. Without heads and things like that, you just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. He came home, told me, and I said that sounded kind of silly. And so I went over with them, and we both looked in again, and I saw David laying on the floor away from the Camilla and the baby. Excuse me. And I looked at him because I couldn't I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of the skull attached. And then I looked over by the couch. David was more over by the Christmas tree. I looked by the couch, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt. And then I saw a little hand. And then I realized that, they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. So I went back to our house, and Colin went to the neighbors. That's what I saw.
Okay, and that led you to think that it might be a suicide?
Well, I'm not one of you. I'm not suspicious if someone dies, I don't automatically think they were murdered. I just saw.
But you did say murder or suicide. It's just interesting that you would say both. Why you'd say either?
Well, I meant murdered as in Camilla and the baby. It just jumped in my head because they were all dead, and that was the only way I could think of, that they would be, is that he murdered them and then committed suicide because there was a gun next to him. Did
you ever have those feelings before about David, that he might do something like this?
No, never. We were never afraid of him. I know it's been said that we were worried about his haircut and army fatigues, but that didn't bother us at all. That's fake news.
But Colin said in the police report that he noticed a big change in David's appearance, but
yes, that's all we noticed.
Most alarming to him was that he observed that he only dressed in army fatigue.
Yeah, that was.
And you go ahead.
That was the police report. Colin wasn't
so that's
alarmed
their version.
by it.
Okay. But you also said that, you were talking about how I don't know, how David was outside of social media. So did you know that David was actually mentally ill and all this stuff while he was living next door to you, or did you find out after these deaths too?
I found out after.
Okay.
After
then we're
in the same evidence.
After you saw some evidence.
And I talked to family members and friends.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you were kind of, in the same boat. Then we were kind of both just looking for whatever happened.
Mhm.
We just maybe I didn't speak to some of the people that you've spoken to that have convinced you why he did this. I hope they also told the cops too.
They don't know why he did it.
Then how do they know that he did it?
Because there's obvious proof. There's in the diary that they found on the computer.
These police reports. There's no obvious proof there because they don't mention it.
You only received a small portion of the reports.
I was told that I received everything.
You received everything that they
yes,
were
ma'am, told
willing
me.
to make public.
Oh, okay. So you've
But-
seen stuff that isn't
Okay.
public.
David left the digital diary, the one on the computer that he hid in a file. And in that, he talked about their plans and, personal things.
Is that the same diary that ended in November or
No.
October
No.
or November? So there were 2 journals.
2 online journals and 1 handwritten that I'm aware of. And in that diary,
That's the police miss. That's the police miss.
I don't know. I know that I've been told that the handwritten journal was given to the police by
So somebody
the Crowley family when they went in
So-
there.
was given to the police. So the police were in the house. This journal that a family member gave to the police was not in the house. It was outside the house.
No, it was in the house. They just had not found it. The house was, what you couldn't tell from the pictures is the house was stacked with, especially his office was stacked with papers and books and notebooks, and it was in what I assume is that it was in a notebook. And why I assume that he was being mean to Kamel is because I read a part where he said that he hated the thing he loved the most, Kamel.
It was her that he hated, that he loved the most.
That's what he had written. I hate the thing I love the most, Kamel.
Okay, if we could go back just a little bit to the mannequin, I guess, because the way that the police officer, I think it's Detective Brian Bone, wrote it. It says that where is it right here? He knows that the bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't.
Right. That's what he told me.
So he sees these bodies that don't have, most of the skulls are missing. He sees all this stuff, whatever.
Greg?
And then,
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Please.
What he saw, what we saw, did not look like bodies. They were bloated, they were missing heads, and he saw them and all the mess that was around them, and the first thing he could think of was that they had put props up to make people believe they were home and that the dog had pulled them down and tore them apart. It doesn't make sense to someone who didn't walk up to that window and see this. We understand that. And and Colin knew that it wasn't mannequins or props. He just didn't want to accept what he had seen because it was so horrific.
Okay. And you looked in the same window, saw the same thing, but obviously knew that it wasn't a mannequin.
Not when I saw the hand.
Right. Just that it might be a suicide.
I knew that was a human hand. And then I first figured out that there was a spine with a piece of skull. And I'd never seen that, obviously, but I knew then it was a body, but had obviously been destroyed. And then I I looked, I was standing closer to the couch. Colin was standing closer to where David would have been. And I looked down and I saw like what I thought was a bunch of clothes and some blankets. And then I saw what I thought was a big butt. And I thought, you know, that can't be a big butt. And then I saw a little hand, you know, and the little fingers were, you could see the fingernails, and it was like yellow leather. And I realized that was a hand, and, you know, I couldn't look anymore. I left. And Colin did too. He went to the neighbors.
Yeah, and you guys both called the police, right?
Right. I went home and I called them, and Colin went to Tupi's, who are on the other side, and asked her if she had seen the Crowleys around. And she said, no, you know, I think they're in Texas. And then she said, he told her what he had seen, and she says, well, I have his phone number, let me call him. So she called them, and she got no answer. I think she said it went to voicemail. And so then when they couldn't reach him, then Colin called too. He didn't realize that I had already called. I didn't tell him I'm going home to call 911. I just said I'm going home to throw up.
And then call 911. Yeah. Okay. But did you see, so you saw the bodies, but you didn't see Allah Akbar on the wall?
No, I couldn't see that wall because the curtain blocked it.
Is there any reason why
the curtains were wide open, but they weren't wide open. They were like a third was covered on each side. And
I thought you said in one of your quotes that the curtains were wide open, which was unusual because they were usually
so
closed.
That's what Audrey had told me, or not Audrey, Lorraine, then Lorraine Tupi. She said that I was wondering, I thought it was strange because their windows were wide open, and they normally have had them closed. So I can't see their window from my house. I would have to actually walk past or drive past their house to see. And I just didn't even think about it when I think I only drove past their house maybe 2 times, and I didn't think anything about the curtains. I saw the Christmas lights, and that was it.
Were you ever in the Crowley house?
I was in it before the Crowleys were there, and then when Alec, the reporter from the New Yorker, or the journalist from the New Yorker, I was home, and the doorbell rang, and it was him and Mason Hendricks, and they introduced themselves and just asked a couple questions, and he stood on my step and said, well, you really can't see what would have been going on over there from here. And I said, no, you know. So then they went through the house.
Welcome, everyone. This is the broadcast for the David Crowley case, or the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. What we've got here tonight is Greg Fernandez Jr. on the line, Catherine Michelle on the line, and myself, Dan Hennon, here. And what we've got is this opened up here for this broadcast on a public forum here to be able to talk and chat and ask questions and have a discussion here. And as we get going, more people will join. Greg's going to be heading that up as far as monitoring the folks joining. But we'd like to start off the conversation tonight with a couple that knew actually David Crowley, his brother Dan, and they've just been following this case. It sounds like here for the last couple of weeks. They're from the neighboring city of Eagan. I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on how you stumbled upon the case, and what are your thoughts when you heard about the aftermath, and when did you know the family?
Yes, this is Jamie. Yeah, we knew the family back in the 90s. We went to the church with them. Grew up with our sons grew up together. We did some baseball together. Went to a few baseball games.
They moved to Owatonna.
And then they moved to Owatonna, and we lost track of them after they moved.
No, we got together a few times.
Yeah, we got together a few times, but yeah, the closeness kind of went away after they moved away. But we did stay in touch with them here and there. And then it was just 2 weeks ago that my son actually stumbled upon a video that showed at the end a trailer of the David's production, the Gray State, yeah. And then he sent it to us and said, "Is this the Crawleys that we knew?" And we watched it, and I was like, "Oh my God, it is." Yeah. So and then so from there, I was at work. My wife actually had spring break, so she just divulged into all this information that we just never knew about, and it floors us. I mean, it's just total by surprise.
We always thought we'd get together again in the future.
Yeah.
Now we know that Kate is gone.
Yeah.
And David.
Well, sorry you had to find out that way. It must have been a shock. We're very glad to have you on because a lot of this really helps to fill in the blanks when we get people that have either been neighbors, family members, relatives, or what have you. Like you said, going to church and being on the baseball teams with and whatnot. It really helps because it helps fill in the blanks, not for what has happened per se, because we don't really know, but it can fill in the background as far as the family. And like you said, you had went to church and knew them in the 90s before this case, before they moved to Owatonna. Now, there's a lot of listeners, a lot of people following the case that aren't familiar with really the state of Minnesota. I am from Chaska myself, and this is Dan. I grew up and I lived as when I had married and had two children and was living in Apple Valley at the time. And so I was aware of the area because I had lived literally 4 blocks away from the Crowley residents. Not while they were there. I had since moved away and lived in Chaska, which is about a 30-minute drive. But a lot of the other familiar names or the topics of towns here comes into play is Owatonna. And that's where the family moved to. And that's, would you say, Jamie, is that about a 45-minute drive from the Apple Valley home, roughly?
From Apple Valley.
From Apple Valley.
Our house would be an hour.
Yeah, it was about 45 minutes from Apple Valley. Yeah, they moved basically right straight across from Cabela's off of 35.
Okay. So that's about a 45-minute drive. And the family themselves, I think the wife, Kate, was from White Bear Lake. Is that where the family was first when they were growing up? Before they moved to Owatonna, they were more in the Twin Cities here, the White Bear Lake area, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's right. She graduated high school from there, and that's probably where you two knew the family, probably in some surroundings in that location as well.
Yeah, we were across the lake, actually, Matamidi.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, very interesting. And so what we could do, Greg, and I know Catherine too, for those of us who's followed this a while, myself, it's been over 4 years now. Greg, about 4 years. Catherine, I think 2 years maybe.
Yeah, about a year and a half.
A year and a half. And now Jamie and I'm assuming your wife is there, just jumped on this case 2 weeks ago, so it must be a shock. One of the things we found in the investigation going back is a lot of people wanted to know why the move, what caused the move to Owatonna and what came about, and maybe you can even shed some light on this. It was a church incident in high school that happened that, with the fallout from that, from a youth camp or something in White Bear Lake, they ended up moving down south to Owatonna, which is a 45-minute drive away because of something, the alleged allegations that took place on a church camping trip with David's older brother, Danny Jr. And so
we have not been able to get any confirmation except a cousin that came forward to say that's really what spurred this whole thing on, causing the family to move. It was my impression. I never knew them, Jamie and, I'm sorry, what's your wife, Jamie's wife?
Carla.
Carla, I didn't know the families myself. I just jumped onto this case afterwards. I wasn't even a fan of the programmer or anything. So we had a cousin that came forward and mentioned this, and they said really it caused a lot of turmoil there in the church. They had to leave, move to Owatonna, and then kind of restart there. And that was under her impression, which also caused I wouldn't say the marriage to fall apart, but really got, it's not estranged. What's the word I'm looking for? It got to be tougher, and then they ended up getting divorced, Dan Sr. and Kate, after I think David Crowley graduated high school. I think they waited till he was 18 or something, and then they officially got divorced. And then Kate was actually living still in Owatonna, and that's where Dan Sr. lives to this day. So a lot of connections to Owatonna, but it was around that time in high school that they moved. Were you guys aware of anything that went on there at the church that caused this turbulence to come about?
Actually, absolutely not. We did not. The time frame of that whole thing doesn't match with the age of the kids when we were with them. Dan was working in Owatonna, and the travel from White Bear to Owatonna was just getting, more and more, it just with more and more of, I guess, the population, it got, longer and longer for travel time. And to the best of our knowledge of, that really was the reason that we understood that they moved to Owatonna, which at the time was totally understandable because he worked, actually the glass company he worked in was in Faribault, and and they moved to just off the highway in Owatonna, which basically gave him a 10-15 minute drive. And yeah, we had no idea whatsoever about the case in the with the church and the allegations that were against Danny at camp. We heard about that just through the videos.
Are you sure that didn't happen in Owatonna?
Yeah.
Because he would have been very young.
He was really,
when they moved.
Yeah, they were really young when they were younger when they actually moved to Owatonna. So the timeline there doesn't.
Well, what year they moved to Owatonna? We cannot remember that year. If you have that, because their son's the same age as our son, so.
Okay, I can look it up. I've got the timeline, but this certainly does help because, like I said, we've got someone that came forward and then who later recanted, and some of the story that this person said made sense and some of it didn't, but we did draw a lot of criticism from that because, we didn't know what to take from it. So this does really help.
It does not add up.
Yeah, the time frame doesn't add up at all as far as the age of the kids when they moved to Owatonna, and it would have been before. I'm guessing it would have been around before 2000, maybe 1999, 2000 years.
He graduated in 2000 from high school.
Right, and they were already in Owatonna. Yeah.
Okay. Well, all this is very, very helpful. I appreciate coming forward with this information. And then while I looked that up, what else did you know with the family? What are your thoughts on the younger sister Allison and Dan Sr. and Dan Jr. and Kate? And what were your thoughts when you found out that Kate had died?
I was devastated because, like I said, I thought we would get together in the future and catch up on things. So it's just heartbreaking. It's just
yeah, it's a lot to take in, and a lot to as a sponge to try to soak this information in because it's so much. And then when you start going through the articles that Greg has written and the videos that the three of us have done, and then the newspaper articles and the mainstream media that has covered this as well, it gets you pointed in a lot of different directions. So you find yourself kind of hard to stay focused on where to really lead down the rabbit hole.
Right. I feel like I'm everywhere. Maybe it was too soon to connect with you guys, but it's like, wow.
I'm glad you did. I'm very glad you did. This is good. Like I said, I'll pull up that timeline. And then I think the daughter, Allison, is now living in, I think she's in Baltimore, I think, and has recently gotten gotten married. Her partner's name was, I think, Suzanne. So she's married. Dan Jr. is still here in the Twin Cities, and Dan Sr. is still in Owatonna.
Yeah, and mostly for us, I mean, Allison was still a young child. I mean,
They all were.
yeah, they were all. Yeah,
We have 4 kids.
Yeah, we've got
they had
4.
3, and they all hung out when we got together.
Yeah, so as far as when the kids themselves, yeah, they were still young when we
We'll figure
ran
that
into
out.
them. Yeah, ran into them and did stuff with them. And then the last time we did something was, I believe, 2006 with Andy's baseball. 2002 with
It
Andy's
was
baseball.
before graduation.
Yeah. So yeah, the kids were really, as far as we remember them, yeah, they were young. So as far as what Allison going off, we did not know about that. And Danny, what he does currently, we do not know. And
They were all home and not graduated from high school yet.
yeah, so they were still all home. So yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, interesting. And what are your thoughts then of the official narrative as portrayed by law enforcement, or the official narrative? I don't want to swing in any direction or not, but what are your first thoughts when you heard the conclusion of the official report?
No way, not possible.
Oh, really? Okay, so it did come off as very suspicious as far as how even relates to you guys who knew them in the past. It just didn't add up. Okay.
Yeah, not at all.
No, not the
It-
family we knew.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I've just looked through so much now, though, but just even the photos and everything just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, there was certainly a lot of theories and conjecture, and we started that right off the bat. We faced a lot of that with folks saying that the CIA was involved, a hit team was involved. It was a professional hit. Then some said that David actually did it. And what we've narrowed down, I think, with Greg and Catherine on the phone, like I said, we're not here to sell anyone on a theory, but the evidence has pointed us in the direction that, number one, David Crowley himself did not do this, and that's just based on evidence. And the question is, it does appear that 1 to 2 or more individuals were in the home and killed the family. Who is that? We don't know. It doesn't seem like a professional style hit, and that's why we've got this page set up and a group to be able to discuss some of this, so we don't come off as conspiracy theorists, so to say. And we're trying to focus just on the facts and the evidence only, and the forensics of it, and that tells us that he didn't do this. The question is, who did? We also don't know that, and I think what I try to lead the group, and I think Catherine and Greg are very good with this as also, is the fact that we would like to get the case either reopened or classify David's death as a homicide instead of a suicide, or have cause of death at least be unknown, considered as an unknown officially in the police logs. Now, they refuse to reopen this case, but we think there's just enough evidence there to simply reopen it, because the facts of the case don't line up with what actually happened. And we're not here to come in with different theories and scenarios of what did happen, but we can tell by the evidence obviously what did not happen. And it's safe to say that David Crowley did not kill his wife and child and himself, because physically he couldn't have, with the evidence that we've seen. So that's where we're at right now here 4 years later. Any thoughts on that aspect, Greg?
Just one question, because I've always been curious about their Christianity, and so they did go to church. Is that correct? And what type of church did they go to? Do you know?
Well,
At the time, it was Twin Cities Bible Church.
non-denominational.
Yeah, non-denominational church. It was Twin Cities Bible Church, which we were focused on living our lives according to biblical truths. And as far as the upbringing of our children, the same way, a Christian-based raising of kids. And we did a lot of the things with the church group. And as far as the church outings and stuff. We were all part of it. So, yeah, as far as we knew them, the kids, they were raised as the kind of a non-denominational, Christ-centered, Bible-believing family.
We had no idea about any charges at a church.
At a church, yeah.
Either they chose not to tell us or it didn't happen. And the
Yeah.
way things looked, I would say it didn't happen.
Do you know if there's any way to help us get some evidence to say that it didn't happen? Maybe a pastor there or somebody there who can really help us just kind of kill that whole theory so we can just focus on. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got to figure out that timeline because to me it sounded like it happened in Owatonna and we weren't a part of that church.
Oh, okay.
We're too young for anything like that to happen here.
Well, yeah. When we were there at TCBC, the kids were too young to be a part of him being Danny being a counselor there. So that's what we're thinking. It probably was a time after that, and we don't even know if it was this church.
And they never shared it.
Yeah, they did not share that with us at all.
My understanding, and that's a good point, Greg, because we do on each of these topics, we would like to either confirm or deny the allegations, just to at least move forward that it didn't happen, or if it did, move forward in that direction. Because a lot of the time spent on this page with the discussions and people commenting back and forth is spent on all this speculation. So, like you said, anything would help, either confirming or denying it. What was my impression here? It looks like they moved in. I don't have the move date. 2004 is when David graduated high school.
Okay, yeah.
And then Kate and Dan Sr. was divorced in 2005, and at this time they were already in Owatonna, living there. Now the article, and that may be it may be, rather than spend time tonight on that, it might be something that I could forward you, that actual allegation on that email that I've received from that, because she gives the times and dates, and it was not in Owatonna. It was in the previous location at the previous church, and Dan Jr. was not a counselor per se. He was in the youth group, but he was one of the group leaders as a teen or a preteen. I think he was 14 or 15 years old, and he had some camp kids beneath him, is how she mentioned it to him, that were maybe 8, 9, 10, or 11 of that age. So he wasn't a leader or he was just not a camp counselor, but he was a teen at the time when that happened. And she said no charges were brought, and the church hushed it under, and because they ended up, I think that the children, there was 2 defendants, I think, that were the victims, and they all agreed, the families, just to cover it up because the Crowley family was going to move and just leave it alone. So there wouldn't be anything official. And even if they did talk to the pastor, nothing was confirmed, nothing was official about that, because he or she, whoever that pastor was, I'm sure was not going to talk about it anyway, even if it did or didn't happen. But it was about, those are the time frames of the ages, if that makes sense. But what I'll do is, after the show here, I'll send you that article, and you can vet it to see for authenticity, because if we can rule it out, then we can rule it out. And so the other question is, they were from a Baptist church. That's good. That is good information for everyone to be aware of listening on the call. Greg, Catherine, and myself are all Christian folks, Bible, I guess, fearing individuals ourselves, and that's one of the reasons we've got 2,600 members here. What I see is most of them are a Christian background or coming from a faith background to begin with, which has drawn them into this case. And I may be wrong on that too, but I do see a lot of members coming in from a faith-based, whether it's even a Muslim background like the Kamel family or not, because it really got individuals involved, because this is so different than anything that they would have done in this family. And so that's I think that's fair to say. Do you guys agree with that? We seem to get a lot of, I think, Christian or faith-based members in our group that are following this case.
Oh yeah,
Catherine.
Yes, absolutely. I did have a question though for this couple. When you knew David, how old was he, and how how was he as a child?
I very happy young kid. Our kids would go off and play. We would visit as adults. Nothing stood out as being any
Or
different than
different, yeah.
No,
It's just kids. I
Happy.
mean, yeah. Yeah, there was
we were
no,
a great family.
Yeah.
We had
yeah.
lots of fun.
Yeah, never had any issues. And it, like I say, I mean, I'm sure every family has their issues, but yeah, there's nothing that stands out in the times that we were together. Absolutely not. I mean, the kids play together, you know, right in our within the families. So
David was like a friendly kid. He was outgoing, or what?
oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, he would be right in playing with all of our kids, and then even in the groups at church, he was right there playing with everyone. So
The church covered this up well, if it happened.
if it did, yep.
Yeah, because see, usually when something like this type of murder that occurred in their home, whoever did this, it's usually like a long time coming. When people you hear sometimes where people say, "Oh, well, they just snapped." That's that's really not a good term to use, because it's usually been built up over years and years and years, and these are people who usually have issues from the time that they were children, and that's why I cannot see everything I've read about David. I can't see him as this kind of person, and so it's interesting to me to hear you guys speak of them as young children and how they were all happy.
Yeah. There's something that
Be live in just a minute. Testing 1, 2.
Sophia?
Would probably help if I unmuted myself. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Not bad. We're live on YouTube here.
Okay.
Yay. So I'm just doing a little sound check. Sound check.
Let me log into a free conference call. Do I have this on this phone? Yeah, I do. Okay. Go that way. That way I can see your screen.
Okay. That would be good.
Oh, there.
I mean, it's on. Oh, yeah, I should probably do a screen share. I don't even think I have the screen share on, actually.
Join the screen. Let me turn down my volume.
Yeah, your audio sounds pretty good.
Oh, I was turning down the volume on the other device.
Okay.
So I could see your screen. Okay.
It might be good to follow on YouTube
Oh, yeah.
because I don't think I'm doing a screen share. It's just audio for the free conference call.
Okay.
It's gonna take us a while to go through all this, I think.
I can do it on the TV. The YouTube.
Okay.
Turn down the volume. So there's not an echo. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't receive a notification this time either.
Yeah, I didn't receive anything. There we go. Let's click on that. Okay, I see it.
All right, so I'm gonna go up, back up here, back up here. All right, well, I've shared a few things earlier. Why don't you give us some thoughts on this 317 pages?
There's a lot of thoughts. What I did notice is that it doesn't prove guilt for David or Camille. I think that actually both of them were using the computer and doing searches. That it's very possible that it was Camille that was doing the search to delete her page. But was that a business? Because she's already canceled her dietitian's license in November. So maybe she was trying to start up something new and wanted to cancel that page. Because I don't know.
It could have been.
I just found it interesting.
It's still active, right?
And
the page.
Oh, I honestly don't know. I've never done a search for it.
Yeah,
Is that bad?
I think it's still active.
So, what I really found interesting is what you found, the root file being backed up after they were dead. And I really wish that we can get to the bottom of that, because if it's just, something that the computer does once a month or whatever, then that would be a great answer. If not, then that means that somebody was backing something up on that computer after they were dead, but before the bodies were found.
Right.
And that's alarming. So, and what was it that Mason Hendricks said that David was searching on his computer? Because he had asked you several times if you had seen the searches. And was it Viking searches or?
Yeah, it was like the occultic stuff is what he said, if I remember correctly. So lots of occultic things, and then he was basically saying if you look at David's last searches, you'll pretty much know what happened. Obviously, well, we've looked at the last searches.
So I watched a bunch of videos on YouTube. He did research on self-help and for a possible movie script, and a whole bunch of day one journal searches.
Yeah, those the day one stuff, that's, I don't know. If you look at some of the times, it's like there's no way to access two files at the same time. So that's kind of, the exact same second, so that's a little odd. I don't know. So they're not all like that, but there's a lot that are, it seems like it's just some type of backup for these files or something. That's the way it looks to me right now. I don't know. Still need to think a little bit
There's a whole
deeper.
bunch
But
of them.
yeah, and this is coming directly from the Dropbox app. And you can kind of look at, I think I'm just kind of scrolling randomly here, looking at page 231. And so there's one here that, shows the date and the time, but it's the access date, right? 1935-17. And you kind of see that 1935-22. I mean, I guess it could be scrolling it too. It could be just somebody scrolling down. So that makes sense as well. There was a few that I found that looked like it was at the exact same time, but maybe I was reading it wrong. So that's why it's good to go over it over and over again. But yeah, it's kind of weird. This is what someone is accessing. Why? Why all this day one journal stuff?
That's a good question. I guess we'll find out. Well, I don't know if we'll find out why, but
Yeah, and I want to understand the conflicted copy. So if you look at the path, like I'm looking here at page 233, and there's this path, and it's ends with David Crowley's conflicted copy. So I'm not exactly sure what the conflicted copy means. Is there a different copy? Is this like a deleted copy? That's some of the stuff that I hope that maybe somebody can help us with too. So
I wonder if that's what he called it.
it could be, yeah, conflicted. Maybe that was the name of the day one journal, kind of.
Gave it a title. Yeah. But
It's pretty. That's pretty interesting. So 19, yeah, so 1935-22. This one is 9. Yeah, it's probably scrolling. I mean, unless the autosave. See here, maybe here's one that I was looking at. Unless these are the same thing. So looking at page 234, there's two. If you look at the date accessed and the time 1935-22, and then 1935-22, and that will make sense if these are the exact same thing here, and they should be. So 451. Yeah, source file. One of the source file is 450, and then the next one is 451. I don't know. Stuff like that is what kind of makes me, wonder about the whole backing up thing. But it's really interesting stuff here. But for Mason Hendricks, I think some of the stuff he was talking about, what he was really talking about is the searches, like I think the first 30 or 40 pages really have the searches. It seems like the rest is just like the day one journal. So but he was talking about David, looking at, let's say, satanic verses, the Dark Lord or something like that, right? I'm gonna go to some of that stuff.
yeah, the something about Lucifer or something like that. And it was funny because it came like right after searching for Danny August Mason's Facebook page. So maybe he was referencing. But he also did a search for, gosh, what was that? 1 second, let me go to my messenger because I downloaded it. It's an article from Revelations. And it was the woman with the 12 stars.
Really? From Revelations? That's
Yes, Women with 12 Stars is rapturechrist.com woman. And that was one of the searches that he did. And then she is giving birth to the Messiah, Revelation 12:2. And she was with child. She cried out, being in labor and in pain to give birth. She was going to give birth to the Messiah.
Jeez, the Antichrist.
So, I mean, it was just interesting. The dragon is Satan, as explained in verse 9. And it's just going through all that stuff, explaining Revelations. And it was just interesting
So
because
it's like a book on Revelations, or from
it's a website.
it's a website.
And then you look at the rest of the stuff that he was looking up, and to me, it looked like it kind of reflected back to the 2013 script.
Mhm.
I know I harp on that so much, but it really did. And maybe he was doing adjustments to that script and bringing in some stuff because of the TV series. And that would have been an interesting twist, just adding in the kind of whole rapture thing and Revelations. But yeah, he had several searches for Danny August Mason.
Yeah, I see one of those here, from his Facebook. It looks like he's looking at his
The
profile.
profile.
The Mind
And then he
Unleashed.
looked at
Yeah,
a
I looked at some of them. Go ahead.
And that post, there were several of them that Danny August Mason made in December. I don't know exactly which post he was looking at.
Oh, on the 21st.
Let me go back and I can tell you.
I mean, it gives a
I
time. See, the thing is, it's UTC time, so I always have to remember that. You still have to adjust for that.
So he made a post. He didn't make one on December 21st, unless it's not public, or unless he took it down.
Well, I mean, this
But
also just shows this is when David visited his Facebook.
hmm so there is one that says irrefutable proof that Santa is Odin. And that was December 3rd, 2014. And then he has like another Odin picture for December 3rd. And then December 10th, he has something about 16 reasons Lawrence, Kansas is the best college town in America. December 12th, he has nothing like going to an audition and sounding like Kermit the Frog because I had cold. December 10th is this house is a prison on planet bullshit in the galaxy of the sex camel dick. And it's a quote. So I honestly don't know what the quote is to.
Be from a movie or something, maybe. He's known for
Probably like that vacation, Christmas Vacation one or something. Also, December 17th, he has Michael Keaton pets all other Batman actors in their places with 2 words. And then the quote is, "No, do you know why? Because I'm Batman and I'm very secure in that."
It's true.
Then December 16th, 2 commercial shoots, a feature film shoot, and another commercial audition. My kind of week. He could have possibly been looking at that. Then December 17th, he puts a post up, and it's about the director of Bad Mother Effer. I'm not saying the whole word out loud. So, and it's a pretty bloody film.
That's all Danny
But
Mason
they-
stuff Danny Mason's posting
Mhm.
in December. Yikes.
Yes, and then there is a December 23rd post too, but there's nothing between December 17th and December 23rd.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, December 16th is when they had one of the email exchanges. So I mean, if he was going to the messenger, it would probably it may show that, it may not, but I guess no, that wouldn't have anything to do with the profile. No, he's going to Danny Mason's profile for for something, obviously. But it's just
And then,
the timing is weird because this is right during the whole, the whole or not lawsuit, but the whole trying to get Danny Mason to sign those forms. So
hmm and it's very possible that he saw that Danny was working and did commercial shoots and a feature film shoot and was actually working. So I don't know
Hmm.
exactly what that means, but
I was looking
why?
at this one on page 28 here, from David Searches, and this one is pretty interesting. Cracking Code, Fooling Nature, Oscar winner approach screenwriting. Cracking the Code and Fooling Nature, and Oscar winner's approach to screenwriting, which I thought was pretty interesting. I mean, again, this all just kind of shows, David Moore planning for the future, planning for um, getting ready for his fame and fortune, which it really sounds like he felt like it was coming. All of this stuff. There's
Yeah,
no posts in here that make it seem like oh, the script is dead, everything is dead. There's nothing in here like that so far, right?
yeah.
Nothing I can find, I mean, nothing like how do you deal with failure of having your script turned down or something. It's just a lot of this stuff just all looks like he's on his way out. And Craigslist too. He's on Craigslist a lot, looking for sale silver coin. So I wonder if he's selling stuff. And we know about the Craigslist killers and all that stuff. That's some pretty crazy stuff. But it's always been curious. Well, there's very few reasons you would let somebody in your home. Obviously, I
hmm
mean, um, a car sale could be one. Somebody's stranded. Somebody is a friend or something like that who really needs help, got kicked out of their house or something like that. But another one could be if you're making a sale, right? If you're making some type of
Yeah.
a sale. I mean, it's possible you can meet anywhere, I suppose. I really don't know how Craigslist works, but so I was just wondering if he was looking at buying or selling this silver coin. And it's not really sure because it's just it kind of I don't know. I can't really say for sure either way. But I just thought there's a lot of Craigslist stuff on here. It looks like too. And
Well, I mean, the police talked about silver or gold coins, but I don't think that they mentioned silver.
oh, that's
And he was
interesting.
looking at a whole bunch of silver stuff on here.
We should go back through the photos in the basement because if there's silver, it may be down there. Of course, anybody could have broken or just walked in through the rear slider and taken the silver if they wanted, I suppose.
That 500-ounce box silver, that's super duper expensive. I mean, I buy silver. I know the prices.
I wonder how much that would be. Yeah, because that's
Well, it depends on the day. Like today, it's at 23 something.
so we would
I
have
don't
to
know what
go
it was
back.
back then.
There's probably websites where you can go back and kind of see, okay, what was the price? I mean, geez, I should know. I was probably buying silver then too. I haven't bought any in a while, but I remember I was definitely between 2012 and 2015. Yeah, I was kind of into the whole silver thing. Couldn't get into the gold. It was just way too much. But
Yeah, but
yeah,
yeah, I do have some, but it's, just small pieces. So we're looking at the highest. Okay, let's do 16.
monster box. Wow. Yeah, that is big.
Yeah, it's a really huge box of silver and
See what's
500 ounces. That's a lot.
Yeah, what's really cool about this document is that it has the URL, so we can really go and probably find out if he's selling or buying. We can definitely find out if he's selling. If he's not selling, then he's thinking about buying. But either this is
That was
his thing, or and you know what? It says DT. No, it says CLT, not DT. Yeah, I'd be curious. We could
that's about.
go ahead.
Oh, that was $8,000 worth back in 2014.
Okay. That's a good chunk of change there. So I
Hmm.
wonder if he's, I mean, if he's thinking about buying, there would be some withdrawals or some transactions, something like that you'd see, right?
I don't see any transactions after.
November
Oh
or
gosh, no, no, he did. He took some out in December, but I think it was only like $200, and I think it was the 19th or the 18th, something like that, when he took money out.
oh, interesting.
I have the bank statements,
Wonder what he's taking that
but
out
he
for.
took it out at the it was an ATM withdrawal on the 19th
Wow.
for 200. I mean, that could have been groceries or a Christmas present or something. Could be
True.
anything.
True. That's pretty interesting.
And what else? He did some self-improvement searches too. Either he did or Kamal did, one of the two. But a lot of these things, it's pre-planning for the future.
Yeah. The Gadsden flag. That's a pretty interesting one. Logging into his Gmail, 1221 on 1221 into the inbox.
So he's probably hoping to hear from either Jason Allen or Danny. Keeps logging in to probably look. And he's looking at cartoons
Realistic cartoon
and
character.
scrolling down.
Yeah, that will change your childhood. Answers.com. What's that one? Oh, okay. Realistic cartoon characters that will change your childhood. The Mind Unleashed. There's a few of the Mind Unleashed, and it's nice that they have the title because they have a blog. It makes it a little difficult, but if you put in the title at the end after the blog date, it makes it a little easier to find. That's 1221. Yeah, I mean, this is why they would have to say that David Crowley snapped, right? I mean, there could be no other thing here. Here on page 31, this is the one where somebody's logging into the mind body RD, which is Kamel's page. All right, they're logging into the man. I mean, that could be David, but that could be Kamel, like you said. I mean, this would be some proof where you would think, yeah, maybe it was Kamel using this. She has her own Surface Pro, but I don't know. I mean, who knows? So they're going into the messengers, into the messages in that Facebook page, and going into the settings. Then on page 31, setting it public or something. Looking at the public options, maybe, and then go into the help. How do I see what role is on a page? And that's kind of weird because I don't know. I mean, there's no way for us to tell how many admins are on a different page or whatever, but it's if that's Kamel's page, if it's her dietitian page, this would make me think that this is more related to one of David Crowley's pages, but maybe not, because a few seconds later they're back on the Mind Body RD, Mind Body Registered Dietitian. So that would,
And it's
yeah.
I'm on that page right now. So she's just talking about how she's a dietitian, eating psychology coach.
Can you tell when the last one is? When the last post is?
October 24th, 2014.
Yet they're logging in here, looking at the admin roles for the Mind Body Registered Dietitian, specifically on page 32. Wow. How many admins are there? Why would you need to change an admin role? I mean, oh, that was weird. Just lost the whole thing.
I don't know.
All right, going back to page 32. That was really weird. The
Mhm.
whole document just went kabooyah. Yeah.
A glitch.
Yeah, it's
A glitch in the matrix.
a glitch in the matrix, apparently. Because then, yeah, no, I mean, they're logging in to the mind body RD and checking all that. But it's not a group, right? It's a page.
It is a page.
Can you look up if you're in Facebook right now and you type in this Facebook group number? Can you see if this is what group this is?
Are you on it right now? Facebook group.
Yeah, 6777 444.
I tried.
Mhm.
Yeah, I tried doing that before, and Facebook just glitches out on me because I did it for something else. And
Let me see if this will let
what
me
is
do
this?
it. I don't know
Gray
if-
State the Rise.
There should be a way to tell what the name. Every group has its own number, and I do believe when you go to the page, it at the URL shows it. So if it's the Mind Body RD, if you're on her page, it should show this number. But that's a page. Maybe that is a group. No, that would have to be a group. Yeah.
There is the Rise group.
Is the Mind Body
Although it
RD
was-
is the Mind Body RD a group? I'm starting to think it's a group now.
There is a Mind Body Soul group.
There should be one called Mind Body RD. Of course, it could have been changed, but that's what it should be. It's hard to look that up on my phone.
I'm looking. There's Mind.Body and a Bony. I don't know. Mind Body Exercise. Mind Body Spirit. Mind Body Wellness.
That's weird. That's pretty weird. But anytime you go to a group, it should have the actual number. So I'm pretty sure we can find that out. Okay, so this one does say it's for the Rise. So he's looking at the group privacy for the Rise here on that one. I have to come back to the RD. I think the Mind Body RD is a page because I can't find it in the groups. So then all of a sudden they go from that, looking at that on 12/21, and then about 3 hours later, they're looking at the Rise, the privacy, the group privacy on 12/22. Nobody sees. See what's weird about all of this, and maybe this is why they focus on just these dates, is that nobody sees David or Kamel after what, the 19th, the 18th, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I am not seeing anything for Gray State the Rise for groups. So he could have put it private.
Yeah, there's definitely a group. Of course, there's two numbers here. So there's a 6777 number, then there's a 923. But we should be able to run these numbers through Facebook. You may have to copy and paste the whole URL, but that should, I don't know if you've done that already or not, but I haven't yet. Maybe tomorrow I can. But a lot of this stuff is, when I'm looking at it, I was like, oh, this is gold, because it gives you the actual source. This is stuff you can look at in a way back machine or something similar to that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of internet there's definitely a lot of computer hacking, not hackers. I don't want to call them hackers, but people who have knowledge about this stuff, a lot more knowledge than I have. I'm pretty sure they could probably find some interesting data based on these 317 pages. I'm pretty sure they could find some interesting data that to the eye, to my eye, may not be that visible, or it may be easier too, because what might take me a longer time, they may be able to look at these documents and say, oh yeah, this is what this means here, or um, maybe even look some of that stuff up. There's a lot of ways to look things up, so that's an interesting one. Looking at the group activity, so they're just looking at, yeah, I don't know, Gray State the Rise. I thought it was a page. It's weird. It's a group. We'll have to also look at the first big set of documents that Dan Hinnon got, because it does have a lot of David's social media posts in there, and we can see
Okay.
if there's anything in there or not.
Yeah, definitely matching up. God, that's going to take forever.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
so much information.
We need
Yeah,
some help.
those
We
next
need some help.
papers.
So here's another one where 1222. He's going back to Danny. Oh, he's looking at Danny Mason as a part of the group, as a part of the Oh, that's interesting.
I'm thinking that maybe Danny August Mason was like one of the admins,
For the group, for the Rise. That makes sense.
possibly.
Yeah. Is that a group? Maybe it is a group. I don't know.
Or the page,
I always,
either or.
yeah, I always thought all of those were. I think everything I've commented on and got kicked out of, I think they were pages. Maybe they were groups. I don't know. I wasn't in there that long. I know that, but these are definitely groups here. Some of this stuff is groups. Interesting.
Yeah, because it says group member list. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that he was an admin for that also with David, and he probably was getting removed off of it.
Yeah. David could have been making it private, like you said too. Maybe that's why I'm having a hard time finding some of that stuff. That's some pre-planning. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. But it's because it's not just with the Rise, it's also with the other the dietitian one. That could be why we can't find that one either. Running a search.
Mhm.
You could have made them both
Oh, and then
private.
the Prince.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then there's the Prince of Darkness search after Danny August Mason.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
like
goodness.
maybe 20 minutes, maybe like an hour, right? About a little over an hour later. There's this search on here. WebHP. Chrome on Chrome. Okay. Prince of Darkness. That's kind of a weird thing to just, hey, I'm just gonna search for Prince of Darkness.
Okay, let's Google search it.
Please, I'm afraid what'll come up here. That's pretty
Gonna
creepy. I
have
don't
to like
know.
totally
And you have to do it on Chrome. Make sure you're on Chrome.
backtrace
Yeah.
on Chrome.
Yeah, make sure you're on
Okay.
Chrome because he's on Chrome, and then go to first start at google.com and then put in Prince of Darkness and see what comes up. Obama. No, just kidding. 1222. Wow. That's weird. It's so odd. So he's probably searching, scrolling, looking, different things. I mean, this isn't just a few. This is extensive. Let's see, 2057, 35. That's the same time. 39, 58. Yeah, these are all different searches. It's crazy stuff.
Oh, it's a movie. It's actually a movie, a horror movie.
Prince of Darkness. Well, he's big into
A
movies.
1987 horror supernatural film on YouTube.
1987, you said?
Hmm. And he had looked up the wiki on that, I think.
Yikes. I would play. Oh, it's a John Carpenter. Interesting.
No, it's not the first John Carpenter thing that he's mentioned.
Donald Pleasance. Wow. Well, that's pretty interesting for sure. I've never seen that one. I mean, based on the title, you can pretty much figure out what
Yeah.
it is. Right? Alice Cooper is in that. Wow. Okay. They Live, which is one of my
And
ultimate favorite movies. They Live.
what time was it that he searched for that? Because
So,
it's possible they could have
okay,
been
so
watching that.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of searches though. There's a few different times that the search happens. So the first one looks like
Around
2057,
10.
but that's UTC, so you'd have to convert from UTC to would that be Central? I think Central Time. Let's see. Central Time. Hey, Beatrice?
3:57 p.m.
3:57 p.m.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Beatrice says, Strange Times, Prince of Darkness, 1987, horror, supernatural. Creepy. Okay, so UTC. Okay, that's interesting. I'm just going to keep that open in case I need to look back at that. So that's an afternoon search. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like 1, there's 2, there's 3. So what is he looking for? Like video, the actual video or something? Or hard to tell on this.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. It's
Prince
hard to
of
tell.
Darkness.
It's a lot of
Maybe he
coding.
was playing on some of the videos or looking deeper to see what the movie was about, the cast.
Yeah.
Hard to tell. Parapsychology, WordPress, Prince of Darkness. Right there. Right where your mouse is. So a
Oh,
little bit further down.
paranormal, right here. Paranormal psychology. Paranormalpsychology.files.wordpress.com.
And then the Prince of Darkness there. Interesting.
The International Library of Paranormal Psychology. Is there a search here? Search and report. Okay, so keep that open for a second. Prince of Darkness.
Search this dictionary. And I think just type in Prince of Darkness in that one. If you go back to the other screen.
Okay. So let me try that. See if that works. Prince. See if that reveals anything. Prince of Darkness title, The Devil. The International Library of Paranormal Psychology. Title of the Devil. So what is Sorry, this is from the Catholic belief system. It is a title of the devil. I don't know if he's looking at the movie. There's really nothing here though. Devil, Prince of Dark, Prince of Air. Title of the devil. Interesting.
Darkness is the opposite of light. God is light. Huh.
Maybe there's an older. Yeah, there's a different. We would have to literally copy and paste this whole thing, and it probably would come up.
Can we do that?
This computer is not allowing me here from where I am right
Yeah, 'cause
here.
I can't do that on a cell phone. I would have to get on a computer and try.
I don't know if I can or not.
And that's a lot of typing.
Yeah. I think I can.
It is fascinating to see what the searches were, especially since
Right.
people made it sound like he was researching writing on the wall and stuff like that. And but you see, when you look at it, he was just planning for the future and just doing regular searches, like lyrics to a song and watching videos, just typical everyday stuff.
Yeah, I've never heard of the azlyrics.com lyrics. Not a Surf. Killian's Red. Not a Surf. Killian's Red. What the heck is that?
It's a song. I briefly looked at it the other day.
Not a Surf. Killian's Red. I don't know if I can play this without getting another YouTube strike.
In the sunshine.
Definitely can't play that. Kind of has David Crowley feel.
I haven't heard the song. I mean, I probably have. I just don't recognize the name. I wish we could play it, but YouTube would ding us so fast.
Yeah, I know. I better not play it. How dare you? Okay. Well, we'll have to. I don't know. Sounds like another rock band or something. Let's see. Beatrice. Is it Beatrice? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Is all of the search made by David Crowley truly something? Tells me that maybe some things have been removed. Interesting. Yeah, that's what we're kind of looking for, is for somebody who would know, like a hacker or somebody who knows more about that stuff, knows coding, to see if there's anything in here that would tell us what type of software would they need to kind of for the police to kind of do that, which I do believe, Sophia. Don't they say that they were able to find anything, even if it was deleted?
Yeah. Yes, that's what the search warrants cover. Like deleted text, deleted apps, just all kinds of things
Okay.
they were looking for.
I wonder if that would include searches, though, and things like. I guess if it's a history, it could, but then they could be wiped from the history that they have here too. I don't know. They'd have to really do some deep diving.
I'm not even sure how to do all of that to completely erase a search.
That's pretty easy. You can. I can do it right
just-
now. I can go these three dots and clear it out, but I don't know if that's if whatever software they're using, if that will take it out. You know what I mean?
The Blacklight software.
Yeah,
Let me Google what it does.
because it's coming from their computer, but it's not coming from the internet. I don't know. I don't know. That's beyond my knowledge, but it's something to think about, and hopefully somebody out there kind of knows and can help us with that. So Satanic Verses. He's looking up here's another Google search that you were talking about. Satanic Verses on Wikipedia. What is that? Satanic. I thought that was that one from that one book.
What are we looking at now?
The Satanic
yeah.
somewhere. So he has this book in his house, the Satanic Verses, which people tell me it's not really about Satan. It's really about Muslims, right?
Yes, that's actually right. Catherine and I were looking at that the other day.
Interesting.
And yeah, it even on the screen that you just had up that showed that.
Yeah.
And that was the 23rd. Did he ever go back to it?
I don't know. He moves on from there, or whoever did this moved
then-
on from there, and is more about the satanic verses on this website, answeringislam.org. Han satanic verses. So he's looking at that. It's kind of diving a little deeper. And then CNN. Why? That's where to go from. What's the time difference in that? 6:27 UTC time. And then an hour later, you're looking at it. He's brave. I can't stand CNN. I couldn't even watch it,
I know.
even if it was just to see whatever they're doing, whatever they're up to. So it's CNN World News. Interesting. Trying to keep up with the news, the mainstream news, which, I mean, in his line of work, he definitely should. New contribution to Gray State. So they're still getting contributions up until the 24th. Wow. Well, that should clear in his new contract. Well, I guess that.
Bank account?
Yeah, if it's money. I mean, I guess that could just be somebody contributing, not necessarily financially, but if it's a financial contribution, I wonder how all that works. I don't know. How far back do the financial records go? Do you know? It's still kind of a mess to me. It doesn't seem like it's in a lot of order. But
I think July.
Okay.
Okay, and what day was that? That was the 24th?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure it's going to be on that account.
This is an email to him. Looks like. It doesn't really say who it's from or anything. Oh, well, here we go. Ego. Let's see. That's 12:55. That's a few minutes later. So I'm curious what the contribution is. If that means, financial contribution to whatever they had going on. Was there a Kickstarter? Was there something like that? Is there a place where people can donate to Gray State? That's pretty interesting. EgoCook.com. Realistic cartoon characters that will change your childhood. Looking at that again on the 24th.
I am not seeing anything. And his hothead, I think, was zeroed out. I'm not exactly sure. Wait, all I'm seeing is just reoccurring transfers all around that time.
It could be money coming in, money coming out, maybe. Are there any deposits with solid numbers, no decimal points?
I'm not sure. Hold on a second.
Could be one of those.
They have several different accounts to look at, all with this one with Wells Fargo. So
right.
Scrolling through it. Okay, this is just transactions.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat message in the chat, the live chat right now. So if anybody wants to go and check out this document, I really think, I felt like this with the crime scene photos. The more eyes we have on this, the more answers we'll get. And something like this, I think, is it's going to be pretty much the same thing. We may even get more answers. So the more people we have looking at this document that I'm going to post in the live chat here,
the better. I think. So let me know if you can
He
receive
did,
that.
on the 19th, he did a deposit from Hothead Productions for $250. And then he deposited 200 online transfer from David Crowley Savings. That was deposited into their account. There's like 5 different pages I'm looking at, so give me a second.
Yeah, if there's nothing for the 24th, I mean, it should either be the 23rd, 24th, or 25th. And that's if it's going directly to his bank account or something too. The donations could be going to a shared account. I'm not sure. I don't know if we tried if we tried to donate to the Gray State today, if they had that option, where would that go, But I do believe that their channel is actually a monetized channel, so that's why I don't really encourage people to go there to their YouTube channel, because I know who's running those channels, and it's same people who think David Crowley is guilty. I wouldn't want to give them my clicks, my views, so give them my money, pretty much. No thanks.
I'm just not seeing anything for that time frame.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know there. So, anyways, it may not be a financial contribution, but who knows? We will find out for sure. Here's another interesting one. If you look at page 38, 1224 on 1224, Christmas Eve. So 342 UTC. Because if I don't figure this out, it's gonna drive me crazy. 324. So what do? I put in 3. I don't know if UTC is AM or PM. It doesn't say. Well, no, that would be AM because it's military, right? So 324. And to CST time, 12:04 convert. Okay, so that would be
9:24 p.m.
9:24 p.m. Okay. I mean, this is. Sometimes I'll do this on YouTube late at night and just kind of watch. I stopped doing this about a couple months ago, but I used to. If I was really bored or couldn't sleep, I'd watch some of these the paranormal videos, ghost videos, things like that on YouTube. So he's doing that. I mean, that's obviously not that late, I guess, for him. But abandoned places that will make your skin crawl. That's pretty interesting.
I'm good on that. I'm just good on that. I really don't need it in my life.
I have no idea what would ever prompt me to do that, but I did it several times, and finally I'm like, why am I doing this? This makes no sense. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. A lot of that stuff does not seem real that I've seen on YouTube, by the way.
Well, it just seemed like Kamel and him liked horror movies. But they also liked comedies too.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe that was just something that they do. I know my daughter and her husband, they watch the weirdest crap. On YouTube. They spend all afternoon watching it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm going to my room because some of it is just so dumb. It's like paranormal stuff, but it's like obviously fake.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just having a deep conversation about it. It's so weird.
Well, here's another one. DogTube. I've never heard of DogTube, but I guess if you go to dogtube.us, 20 things dog owners do that cause their dogs to misbehave. I mean, there you go. But it's not 20 things dogs owners do to try to shoot their dog before they kill themselves and kill their family and kill everyone else. But they miss the dog somehow. It's pretty crazy. Like, I don't know. And there's so much here that it's just, when the police are going through this,
who I wonder what detectives are actually who they are. What that man, I'd love to get some statements, some quotes from the detectives that had to go through this. And I guess it would be the one, maybe Brian Bone. I think he's the one who said we looked at everything and couldn't find anything. But whatever detective was tasked with actually going through the internet log, and then logging all this stuff too, doing all this stuff. At the end of it, they got to be like, wait a minute, there's definitely something wrong here. And I mean, how could they not know? That's pretty interesting. It's a liability issue at that point, I guess. But
And so, as everybody can see, there's just this normal search history, and it goes all the way up to the 25th, late on the 25th.
Napoleon. Napoleon Hill? What the hell is that? Self-help author. He's a writer. He's known for books Think and Grow Rich, 10 best-selling books. Interesting. Improving One's Life. Interesting. Wow. Good stuff there. It's got his quotes, so he's looking up some of his quotes for something. Then it's back to the Rise group. After that, that's page 40 that we're looking at here. Back to the group activity to see what the group is doing, pretty much. Huh. And then, okay, here's the one you were talking about. rapturechrist.com/woman. Oh, we're going to need the Wayback Machine for this. It's not secure. That's okay. Huh. Yeah, we need the Wayback for that one. Unless it's...
Which one is that? Because I might have been able to find it for you. The Rapture Christ one? Yeah, I have that. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Just curious why it's not coming up unless I'm not doing it right.
That's the one with the woman with the 12 stars and
That's weird. I can't get
that we were talking.
Yeah, I can't get it to come up. HTTP. Did you look at that recently?
Yeah, I was just looking at it just now.
What? Why is it not coming up online?
Here, I just sent it to you on Messenger.
Okay. I think my browser doesn't want me to go there.
You can't look at it.
Possible causes. It doesn't like HTTP. I know that, but so what? Who cares? Yeah, it doesn't like Rapture. It must be something else. Okay, I have to go here because it's a non-secure site. Which is stupid. The Rapture, is that what it is, or just Rapture? Let's see, this takes me to Rapture 2. I guess my question is this like a Christian site? What's going on here? What's their mission? Let me look at their mission statement here. Mission is to alert people that there is not much time for preparation before the rapture occurs. Christ told us that his coming would be like in the days of Noah. Like in the days of Lot. Noah warned people, while he was constructing the ark, Lot had less time to warn people of Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh, when I hear this phrase, like in the days of Noah, this reminds me
Hmm.
of people that predict the end of the world. I used to work for a place like that. I think that was the title of his book, In the Days of Noah, like the days of Noah or something like that. And he made
But
a
that's
lot of.
not actually what he was looking at, though. That's interesting, though. If you could just send me that link, please. Just send it to Catherine and I, please,
Okay. All right.
because this is interesting.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I know I can't stay up too late. I know you probably can't either, but
I'll circle back.
there's a lot
Sorry.
here. Where is Spartan Fidelity? Okay, and that's 1224. Yeah, to me, like those last days, because Mason Hendricks kind of set up the anticipation. You know, if you read
Hmm.
the last searches, look at his last Google searches, and of course he was acting like I had already done that, or like I would be able to. It only took me 7 years, I guess, to look at it for somebody to, you know, and show me this, but um I don't know. It just sounds like another rabbit hole, another dead end from him. You know, not really a dead end. I guess a misdirection, maybe. Can't think of the right word. It's too
Hmm.
late. Justin Kinsey. I have no idea who that is, but that's interesting. And we also have Old Chick has joined us. Is it just me or is it blurry? Let me know if it's blurry. It could just be the document. I'm looking at, I mean, on my phone, it looks okay, I guess. If you're on your phone or if you're, make sure that the quality setting for YouTube is also set to the highest quality. That could be it too. So just make sure, make sure that that's the best setting. But yeah, it does kind of look like it's maybe photocopied or something or scanned.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that they sent us was scanned, and it's kind of blurry and crooked, and
Right.
just low quality. I am grateful for it, though. I mean, so I won't go and be too harsh. Justin Clancy, he was looking at a Facebook page for that, and I tried to put the address in,
hmm
and it did nothing on my Facebook.
Okay, you put the whole thing in?
Mhm.
Yeah, I wonder.
And it just,
And nothing happened, huh?
yeah.
No. Interesting.
And then I tried looking him up, and there's a lot of people with that name. So I honestly don't know who he was trying to find.
Yeah, or why? Because that could be a key there. This is another good one to put in when you're logged into Facebook, obviously, you know. But this photo one here too. What do we see? There's a few photos. I was looking at
Hmm.
some photos at that time, 1920. So let's see. Was this 24 hours? So 19, 20, and that would be 13. Okay, so 1:20 p.m. Daytime. Lots of daytime stuff here on Christmas Eve, and nobody's seeing them.
And it's weird because the police said that he was staying up late and on his computer late. But these were a lot of daytime searches.
Yeah. The Guardian.
Does it look like he's on the computer a lot? I mean,
Mm,
or is he like doing a search and then leaving and coming back and doing another search?
It's pretty regular. Some of the stuff is pretty regular. I mean, some of the weird things you have here is where you have the visit time. Is the visit time last 1926-14, and then it's not really in order. It's kind of backwards. Bader. That is familiar. I think I looked that one up. Bader Airlines. Battle of Bader. More Muslim ties, Muslim searches, things like that.
And I have to wonder if that just goes back to what was going on in the world at that time. Maybe there was an attack or something, because he seems to be circling around those churches. And just a thought,
Mm-hmm.
if we can Google that.
Bader. So this is what he was looking at here.
BADR.
Wow, there's a lot of them though. So it could be, geez, it could be any of these. Look at how many places there are. They're all kind of in the Middle East, even in Jerusalem though. That's interesting. Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, where Kamel was born. I think Sidra was born there too. Forget. Battle of Bader. Interesting. Could be a lot of stuff there. Something here they're looking at. Bashir Bader. Why does that sound familiar? Urdu language. Yeah, there's something there. It's pretty interesting. The problem is there's too much there. So what you would expect next is to see, okay, Bader, Iraq. Okay, page 43. So something to do with Iraq and Bader. But on here, there's no Iraq. Bader organization, a political party in Iraq.
Iraq divisions will delay counteroffensive on Islamic State. That was December 1st, 2014. I'm looking still. There's one for December 26th. Are the U.S. and Iraq on the same side in Iraq? Middle East.
Yeah, so it's probably related to that. Here's something on the Drudge Report too. He's just looking at because you can go to the main Drudge Report page and just he didn't find anything, whatever he was looking for. Then the next day, 1225, okay, spirit science and metaphysics. Top 5 things you didn't know about Christmas and probably should. Oh, great. I can imagine what that is.
I tried to find that article and could not.
Top 5 things.
So we need to do that on the Wayback Machine.
Okay. We're going to need the Wayback Machine for a lot, it looks like. I think you should. Christmas. 10 things you should know about Christmas. No top 5 things. Yeah, it's way back. Way back. All right. Aleister Crowley. I mean, there you go. We've been You know, he's even commented on that too, how people try to connect him to Aleister Crowley because of his name, and maybe he finally started looking deeper into it. But I think that's a pretty weird one, and the witchcraft here too. And this is let's see, 2317. 2317. All right, so that's 5:17 p.m. A lot of this stuff is all daytime stuff. I mean, it's weird because you're like, okay, he's looking at Aleister Crowley, but then you look at the website, and the website is called JesusIsSavior.com. So, and then Wicca, witchcraft, Aleister Crowley. I mean, why Aleister Crowley exposed? So it's kind of like exposing Aleister Crowley. Well, yeah, because you know what? If he's gonna be rich and famous, if he's gonna be out there, once people, you know, if he's at these Hollywood, LA parties, et cetera, once he says his last name, that's, you know, everybody's gonna ask about Aleister Crowley and all that stuff. So, but that's
Mhm.
pretty interesting that is that day. So he's alive at this time, or somebody is alive at this time, working on this computer here on 1225, and then that's basically it, right? And that doesn't.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So he's looking to expose or the truth about Aleister Crowley, basically. That is the last search. And then he does the myth doc. And, well, if he did it. And then that's basically all the activity. The other stuff was going through the journal, but like you said, it could have been backed up or somebody just scrolling through it.
Yeah. Here was another good one about the myth, where he wrote, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." This is part of a project. It's not a It's not a suicide note. It's not something that he just write. This is in new projects. It's in Dropbox. It's backed up. Boy, that size. 361 kilobytes. That's small. I don't know if that would be. I wish I had a word count. The word count should just be a few. You know, I'll have to look that up. That's bytes though. That's big. That's a little bigger. 361 bytes. I
He
don't
was
know.
working on the script. It's in one of the photos next to the computer on a clipboard stand.
There's the Hera thing, right?
I
So
think so.
yeah, so it's like, okay, so what was written on his laptop, "I have loved you all with all of my heart," could be, like you said, it could be part of the script, be part of the story here.
Mhm.
Nothing more. Curious that they don't really mention that. But whatever. It's not their job to point out every little detail that helps prove David Crowley innocent, apparently, just to point out any speculation that would lead people to falsely believe that he's guilty. So that would be that would be a great document to have. It was created on 1215. I mean, that's a long. Created on 1215. Sitting there for days. I don't know. For another 10 days, just sitting there with nothing in it. That seems weird. But this is a project. You can clearly see that. It's something that is backed up to Dropbox. It's not something that he just randomly wrote on his laptop. I think that's pretty clear. Look at page 45 and decide for yourself. Let's do a few more. Unless you have anything else, I'm going to close this one out here. Just check the comments too. We do need a time. Yeah, we do need a time machine for sure.
We can make that a different show.
Okay.
Put everything through that. But I'm gonna have to wrap this up soon.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I need to. I need to go. I was supposed to be in bed like 20 minutes ago. So, all right.
Yeah, me too.
A new
But
project
this
means he
is
was planning for the
interesting.
future, not planning to end it all. Exactly. It's a great place to end it. Yeah. Yep. And we'll come back. We just went through quickly some of the first 45 pages. Sophia, any final comments?
When we come back, I will have a photo. Well, actually, I'll send it to you so you can show the listeners of his script that's next to the computer.
Nice.
And it looks like there was a bunch of papers behind it. So he was working on an outline for that. So
Interesting.
anyway,
That's great. Interesting how they would try to use that as one of the quote unquote notes that doesn't explain anything, but then some people still believe that it is a suicide note. I think this pretty much puts that to rest for any of us doubters there.
yeah. Yep.
All right, my friend. Good to chat with you, and I am going to end this live stream here.
Hello, everyone. This is Sophia from the Gray Stage podcast, and I'd like to invite all of our listeners to join the Justice for David Crowley and Family group located on Facebook, where we have almost 4,000 members. In this group, we welcome discussions regarding the case and have all of the documents located in the files section for everyone to review. If you like, you're welcome to visit Greg Fernandez Jr.'s website called The Gray Stage. It's located at thegraystagewordpress.com. You can find his book and all the official documents for this case at his website. Lastly, I'd like to introduce you to Catherine Michelle, who's a part of this podcast. Catherine Michelle has a YouTube channel under her name, where she mainly discusses the Crowley case. So please feel free to stop by and give her channel a like and a listen. Until our next podcast, keep seeking the truth and justice for David Crowley and his family.
Okay, hi. Hello, YouTube. Tonight we're going to go over a piece of skull bone that's on the floor. So this will be an age-restricted video. We do believe, according to the police reports and the medical examiner's reports and how they describe where certain bones were located and how they packaged them and transported them, that this piece of skull belongs to David. And it's highly important. We're going to look at this very closely, and we're going to compare this, and we're going to rule out a lot of things and then rule in some possibilities, like, does this piece of bone show the entrance wound? It's possible. I'm not saying that it is for sure, because there are going to be people who will twist everything I say. But I think maybe by the time we get done, it'll be a good possibility. And unfortunately, we don't have the full autopsy report. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of honesty when it comes to this case. So, it's left up to us to try to figure it out. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen. Hold on a second. And right now, hopefully what you guys are seeing is the piece of skull. Now this is the picture BCA 4760 if you want to look it up in the files. We're going to zoom in. Here we see, and we see some skin attached. And I know I've said this a million times, But let's take a really good look at this piece. This is the skin. Do you see these straight lines? And these straight lines? And here. We'll look at this on other photos as well. This is how we know that they moved this skull piece around. Well, this as well as where it's located on these pages. Because this moves, you can see more words as you go along. And then you see these are actually connected. And let's go to the next photo. Well, this is a different angle, but you can tell it's been moved because it's no longer straight. Let's go back. Straight. No longer straight. But what's good about this angle is you see these lines. These are not lines that are done by a dog. These straight lines are not done by just falling off. These straight lines are done by a sharp instrument. We know a knife was located at the scene. Was it the knife that was used? We do not know. But here, you clearly see this has not been done or removed by an animal. This is not the work of an animal. These lines, they're too straight. Okay, we're going to go back to this one because I want us to focus on this piece. Now look at these dark areas. You see that dark area there, this here, all of this dark area here and here and here. This is bruising, and bruising can only happen prior to death. And here you'll see some indentation. And here you see indentations and marks. This was not a very good photo, so it's kind of blurry when we scroll in. Now here, this area right here, this is what they call the suture line. Now, I don't know where this part of the parietal bone is located. Is this the left side, the right side? I don't know. But we do know it's the parietal bone. Let's go over here, see if we can get a better look. Now you can get a better look at the bruising done on this scalp. Compare it now to these sections where there is no bruising. And here, you clearly see an impression. This was made by some kind of tool. Something hit this skull and left this impression. That is not normal. Do you see anything like that over here? Nope. Same thing with this area. You clearly see an impression and bruising. Here, let's follow this. You can see the circular. Now let's follow. Go here and here. This is why I said this one here reminds me of a socket wrench because of the type of design. Have no proof of that. I'm just telling you what I see. Because when I ran this through filters, it came out like the design of a socket wrench. But again, this is bruising. All of this is bruising. But what we want to take a look at is this area here and this linear fracture. This fracture goes a very long way. And these are usually associated with gunshot wounds. Could this be, are we looking at right here, the entrance wound? It is possible. Entrance wound chipping away some of the other part of the skull and skin, and then fractures. One fracture all the way down. This is what I question. And no, this is not, I know at one point I heard someone say that they thought that this was one of the typical suture lines on the skull. This is not a suture line, and we will go through that in an anatomy photo. This is actually a linear fracture, and it's coming off of this defect right here. Now, these right here look like this is where the suture line was. Is this the coronal or is this the lambdoid? I don't know. Again, because I'm not that well versed in what these bones look like when they're removed and at a crime scene. I'm only just guessing, but this would be the suture line area. This is not. That much I do know for a fact. Let's get closer look here. Again, the same thing. You can clearly see the suture marks. Is it lambdoid or is that the squamous or sagittal? I don't know. Squamous would be the side where it connects to the temporal. Sagittal would be the top of the head where it would connect to the frontal bone. And lambdoid would be is it connecting to the back of the skull where the occipital would go? I don't know. But that would put this, it's still, regardless, if this is indeed an entrance wound, because you can see where it's kind of the damage is going in, it's not coming out. And then the fracture radiating from that, it puts it not on the side of his head. It would put it at the top or the back of his head, which makes a huge difference, folks. AKA, he didn't do it himself. So again, you can see where it's, if it was coming out, this would be gone, and it would look different. This looks like it has the beveling going toward the inside, like what you would expect if a bullet is entering. And again, this is a fracture. But let's look at these marks again. Look at this. These are indentations. These are impressions left on the skull. Here, an impression left on the skull. And this whole section looks like it's kind of indented. This whole area here, bruising. All this dark area is bruising. That's a bruise. And if we look here, let's see. You can see another one where it looks like it has the markings of a wrench. Okay, I think that's it for those photos. Now, let's compare it with the parietal bone. Here we have a parietal bone. Right here, this is the sagittal, I think. No, coronal. This is coronal. Up here would be sagittal. This is the squamous. These are the sutures. They call the lines where it connects a suture. So this is the coronal suture. Do you see how it kind of gets jagged and kind of crazy there? Which is what you see here. See how it gets kind of crazy and pointy? That's what it looks like. Now, this is an actual skull. This here would be the sagittal. So could it be the sagittal? It could be. Like I said, I don't know. This here would be the coronal subfrontal bone, and this here would be the lambdoid suture because it's the occipital. So it's either this side or this side. So it must be the right side. It would have to be, because I think they have no, that's the left side where they have the temporal bone. So I don't know. Now we know it's not the temporal bone because here's what the temporal bone looks like. Compare it. Does it look anything like that? Nope. So we know it's not the temporal bone. Is it the occipital bone? Here's what the occipital bone looks like. Oh, well, let's go back here. It's kind of giving us a 3D view. Let's run this and then till it's going to stop here in a second and show us the what the backside of the occipital looks like. Okay, here we go. This is the occipital. Here would be the parietal. Here is the temporal. Here is the frontal. And it takes up the, okay, there we go. Here is the occipital. Does the photo look like an occipital? No. So it's the parietal. And again, with a linear fracture. And is this section right here the entrance wound? If it is, this would probably be the right side, because I do believe they have the exit wound, and the exit wound is on the left side. And where the parietal bone is located, this is the left side of the skull. I don't think they show a right side, but this would be the right side. So is it coming from here? Is the shot coming from here or here? But we know that he's not going to put a gun up to the top of his head and shoot himself there or here. That had to have been done by somebody else. You know, they want you to believe that it came from this side and that he put the gun to the right side of his head, but that's not where that wound is. You know, again, and then plus you have these indentations here. You clearly see marks of some kind of tool and bruising. What happened to him? And this, I think, is very, very clear, especially, I mean, look at that. That is an indentation. That is a mark. That is an indentation. That is a mark. What left those designs? And it bothers me that nobody seems to give one flying flip what happened to this man. It's easier to call him a murderer when look at his skull. Look at this. Here, we have more indentations. Here it looks like a wrench. These look like 3 separate types of tools. This design is different than this design with little diamond in the middle. These designs are different than this design. Is this one tool or 2 tools? I don't know. This is a weird design. I don't even know what could have caused that. But there we have it. Let me go through this one more time. Here's what a normal parietal bone would look like. Here are the suture lines. Coronal suture line, sagittal suture line, lambdoid suture line. We have a temporal bone. Here's where the squamous suture line would be. You see how jagged these are? So when we see this, I know a lot of people seem to think, oh, these are dog teeth marks that did this. These are the suture lines. That's where it connects to another part of the head, you know, the skull. And then the occipital. There we have it. So just so we can get the suture lines done. The coronal suture right here. The lambdoid suture right here, which connects the parietal to the occipital. The squamous suture, which connects the parietal to the temporal. Right there. And then at the top is the sagittal, which they don't show here. So let me stop. So I hit stop recording instead of stop sharing. But I hope that this gives you a little bit better understanding of the damage that happened to David's head prior to his death. Bruising doesn't occur after death, it only occurs prior to. You can
Let's go from the beginning.
The beginning is like this. 6 years before I started making this project, and I write one book. In my book, I write all these things we have now in Europe. The virus, contagious, microchip, invasion. It's all the bullshit from the people who want to make a spread on the population.
Why do they want to scare the people?
From the new world order, because me now I speak about my film, about my book. We have this big, very big organization, just want one state in all the planet, and sometime produce very, very bullshit about false flag and temptation. It's just from spread the population. More you spread the population, and more law can you make for the control from the planet. This is what I think, and I am sure that 90% is like this.
You've made this film, the Conspiracy Code, and it is very similar.
It's very similar from Grey State.
Very similar, right?
Yeah.
Even the timing and. But I think you started making yours a little bit earlier, correct?
Me, all these things I started to write about 2011.
Okay.
Because sometime I go speak with the Masons, sometimes with the people in the military force, and after I contract all, the news in one book. When I start making the book, I write the script from my film, and I don't know why. Just to see, 2014, I write from these guys, David Crowley, and I know many things is similar. Just change a little the story, because the Grey State is more concentrated in the USA, from the story, from the FEMA, from the police, but many things is very similar. And this put me, and I think, oh my God, it's very difficult to find two true stories in different countries, but one story can speak about the new world order, and one story can speak about the FEMA, about military forces from USA, about secret things in Italy. Can I know the things is coming every day from the government, from the military force? In USA, we don't have too many news. And when I write all the story from David Crowley, what's happening for your family, and I think, okay, this is Mason. It is impossible.
That was your first thought, that it must be the Mason?
Yeah, because after I start to check what's up from these guys, and if you remember in your group, I post many pictures from the things that I think there are the right in the war with the land, the left land, and exactly is coming with the left from the, I think the wife from David is take out.
Yeah.
Which left the hands is missed? The left or the right?
David's hand, David's right hand was missing. Both of Kamel's hands and the daughter's entire right arm.
And I tell you, this is impossible. You go up and down the room.
Yeah.
Please, something people having something in the hand and write what is right in the word.
Well, you're in a very interesting part of the world right now too.
Yeah.
What's going on in your country?
Listen, my country is coming exactly what me I speak in my book 5 years before.
Wow.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Many people is contact me. The Beam production is the big production from Italy, from film. Because the boss know the story from my book and my film. It's to me, Mario, if your film is go out, you make a bingo. Because everything what I write is everything exactly. Okay? It just change the name from the virus, because in my book and my film, the name virus is Guaranito A51. This virus is one virus that 2001 is missed. People take from Area 51 in America, and people don't know what is. For this, me I put in my book and in my film, because in me I am convinced 100% that in this years come out this virus, and now we have. It's incredible.
Why did you think that this was going to happen? What happened? What made you believe that this would be possible?
Now listen, the problem is this. The government, the people work inside the government is sell the Italy. Is sell the Italy from the new world order, from the big rich in the world, Bilderberg, Rockefeller, Rothschild, all these people take the Italy, take the industry, take the dress, take everything, okay? Now, all these things is from put down the economy. Put down the economy from Italy after is very, very catastrophe. Why this? Because now Italy is work too much with America, is work too much with Germany, France, England, okay, and China. Is take out this virus, okay, because I don't believe nothing about this virus now. I believe it is coming, but not now. I think about in 1 month, 2 months maximum, we have the really virus in Italy. Now we want to test the population. What is this? Test the population because we want to see how many spread is coming each people in Italy about this virus. It's impossible to go out in the street. All the restaurant is closed, pizza is closed, everything. Just we have opened the market from food, but you have to have the authorization from the police, the paper from the police, because if you take you inside without the paper. Okay, we have just a shop from cigarette, food, little industries opening from work. Okay, the people is very, very, very scared. But the people is not understand that the people play with us, with the us, all the people, because it's like this, no? People scared, okay, wow. Now is the coronavirus is no exist in Italy. In 1 month, 2, yes. But now want to try the reaction from the population. You say, okay. I think August, the government, we have the vaccine. And make the people make the vaccine obligatory. Because in this vaccine, don't make nothing from the people, but it's just some toxin, some virus with microchip inside the organs from the people, just from control people, from control the population. Okay?
So
many
you're saying they're gonna they're gonna have a vaccine, and they're gonna force us to take the vaccine, and then there's gonna be something in the vaccine that is going to mess with our minds.
Yes, I'm sure 100%. I'm sure because the things in Italy is just 1 year don't go, and this I try up my skin because many problem for my film. I start block it, very problem every time, problem, and sabotage every time. Okay, because this film is the verity, but not because I write the script on the book. It's just the verity. Okay, and the people don't like film or book to speak the verity. Okay, this is the problem. And another thing, but I want me make the question for you. Many people here in Italy, okay, newspaper, news in the TV, speak about is one complot from America and Italy, because people, the newspaper tell the American government, okay, with this situation is come here in Italy with 30,000 military force. You know this in your country?
No.
No. Ecco, here, 4 days before, is coming from America 30,000 military.
Why are they
And
coming?
Yes, and 12,000 from machine, car armati, from everything. And this the people start now think why is coming all these marines, all this boat in Italy. 30,000 people. Why don't speak this in America?
Yeah, that's the first I've heard of that.
First time you listen this.
Yeah.
Allora, many journalists from newspaper ask the question from the government, and they ask why is coming 30,000 military from America, and the government just answer is a exercitation.
Okay. Yeah, we have some people in our chat room that are helping with some of this stuff. So there is 30,000 being sent all over Europe. It's been on alternative news. Wow, I'm hearing about it.
Just first time?
Yes.
30,000 people, okay, no in Europe. It's all in Italy, and before we have another 17,000 military from USA, okay, and yesterday 15,000 American military go in the border with Russia.
Whoa.
What is this? What does it mean?
Something's going on.
Something's going on. It's impossible. And now the people start open their eyes because you think maybe all this virus now is verity or is bullshit just to take us inside the house and don't see with the eyes what's happening.
Interesting.
Here is impossible go out. It's impossible go out. It's some the Second World War. I don't understand why in the USA you don't know about the 30,000 military here in Italy.
I guess they're good at hiding it.
Yeah, we have many pictures, many video. It's coming with the boat in Trieste, in Palermo, in Livorno, in Rome, in Naples. It's coming 30,000 military force.
Yeah. There's something in the New York Times about it, but I think you have to have a subscription to read whatever they're writing.
The New York Times don't write nothing.
They wrote something on March 12, 2002. They said canceled war games, video meetings, military guards against coronavirus.
No, my friend. It's all here.
Yeah.
It's all here in Italy, in the street, in the American base in Italy. It's all here. 12,000.
You have videos, photos that we can spread around, or?
Listen, now we have many pictures here in Facebook. I don't know if you see, because many people every day post all these things. But every day in my book and my film. When I speak about the virus, when I speak about microchip, I speak anche from this new military force in Italy with America, with the ONU, and with NATO. Okay, and the new military force is the Eurogendarme in Vicenza in Italy. Now, all these troops is making one total 600,000 military in Italy, because we have 120,000 from police, 96,000 from carabinieri, 250,000 from Italian military, okay, and from NATO, ONU, American, and Eurogendarme, another 140,000 people here in Italy. And nothing people speak about this.
No, I've never heard about it.
Yeah, if you, maybe can I write to you in the Facebook, just you make a research in Italian language, 20.000 americani in Italia. After you see all the video and all the newspaper, I put you in Facebook. Okay, just you make a post, can you search? And every day people just post, oh, look how many carri armati, look how many military. It's incredible. So 30,000 soldati americani in Europe. Okay. If you see all this. Maybe can I put now from the video? No, you have maybe 30, 40 video from all these people, military from Europe, here in Italy. From yeah, it's full. And I'm make this think now. Okay, now we have in the final, because it's taken the excuse from the virus, or maybe the virus is really, because now we have 22,000 contagious and 2,000 dead until now, until 20 minutes before. The thing is true. Or the government is joke with us, or the government something won't make with America in Russia. You know, Russia and China is together. Coronavirus in China, nothing people contagious in Russia. Is incredible. All the Europe is contagious.
Yeah, I got some of those numbers pulled up here.
Yes.
Kind of, I don't know how these, if we can trust these numbers or whatever, but we have 168,000 cases worldwide.
Where? In America. Worldwide.
Yeah.
Yeah, worldwide, yes. But
okay.
in Russia, nothing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Nothing.
Russia.
If you see, maybe if you have one, I don't think. I think zero.
Russia, according to this, they have 63 cases, but no deaths.
No.
Active case.
Here, until today, no one in Russia. Nothing. And it's incredible, this. Come is incredible. The Italian is in the second place. First is China, second is Italy, from contagious and dead. This is very, very project about this, one Scopo. Or we have in the, I don't know now the name in English, the people want to make something with Russia and China, because the China have the big exportation in all the world. Or I don't know why. It's very incredible.
So do you think that this whole thing started in China? And how do you think that it got into your country?
Listen, this is a very, very good question, because in the beginning, people think it's all from China, okay? And after it's coming in Italy, because in Italy we have many shops with things about China. We have very big importer. But 4 days before, the China, in the newspaper, is right that is taking the contagious from one American military. This is what is speaking now the China. China don't believe that the contagion is born in China, but it think that one contagion is coming from one military from USA. This is the news in 3-4 days before.
So it came from the USA.
Yeah, this is what is speak now the China. This is speaking now the China, because it's impossible. They speak about many things. It's impossible. Italy have the second place for this contagious and dead people. Okay, come is impossible. Iran now, my friend, you have to tell me. Iran, okay, Iran, you have the guerra, the fail. Airplane is impossible without the time plane on top of the Iran. People don't go in Iran, and Iran is in the third place. It's not possible.
Okay, so it's very hard for it to have spread into that country. I see what you're saying. That would make it a program. If this thing is spreading in different countries from different sources, that is a big program.
Yes, it's very big problem.
Yes.
Very, very big problem, because from these things is something behind that is impossible to know. For me, it's all this organization. Sorry, the way I speak, but this organization want to fuck and make the population very, very down and control each people and each country. Because it's impossible like this. 2020 is impossible. It's coming these things. You see now, you see Italy 24,000 contagious, and the Iran 13. Now you have to tell me who go in Iran. Okay, you speak about Italy. Okay, we have many business, but in Iran, third place. It's incredible. I think he starts the third world, third affair worldwide, because it's impossible.
So are these numbers accurate? These numbers that we're seeing here? We have almost 2,000 deaths in your country. China has almost 3,200.
Yeah.
But their new cases are dropping rapidly. But in your country, and in Iran, and Spain, Germany,
Yeah.
that's not the case. Even here in the States, those numbers are rising
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, but it's incredible. We have in Italy 24,000 people contagious and 1,800 people dead. Italy is making the population from Italy is 60 million. In China, it's 1 milliardo. It's 1 billion in China. So it's impossible. It's something don't go good in my head. It is something behind all these things very, very bad.
So what do you think comes next?
Listen, now the situation is like this. And more I speak about these things, and more I think for my film and my book, because all the things is coming now is similar. You see people crazy from go take food in the market. I don't know if you see the video from Italy. You see here people from 6 o'clock in the morning from go take pasta, pomodori, garlic, all these things. It's come crazy only.
Are they buying toilet paper? Because that's the big thing over here.
Yeah, but people is make the shop for 1 month, and I spread because many factory is closed in Italy. I spread the case finish all the things from food. And if you finish all things from food, after is very catastrophe in Italy because people don't stay in the house. After the people go out in the street. It's impossible work, it's impossible go out, it's impossible making nothing. But the problem is like this. If in Italy we have the virus, why is coming 30,000 military from USA? The government from USA don't spread the military take the virus in Italy? This is the question. Other question, why the American military, together NATO and ONU, is go in the border from Russia? Why?
Because they're getting ready for war? That's the only thing I can think of.
I don't know. What? Yeah, it's impossible. People now here is is relaxed because the government ask, 3 April is finish all, but it's impossible because the OMS is write the paper is a pandemia, and when in one country we have a pandemia, you don't stay just 1 month, you stay from 3-6 months inside the house. This is the problem, and this the people don't want to know. And don't upset, because if you speak from people that don't know many things from Massoneria, from New World, he look you something to tell you, are you fucking stupid? But it's coming like this. Now we are close in the house with a dictatura. It's impossible go out. It's impossible go work. Something people go work because some factory is open, but the 75, 80 to 100 is closed in Italy. It's don't open nothing.
So if people can't work, if they can't eat,
no hole.
What are they expected to do? Just die?
I don't know. I don't know because they don't work all the people. It's work the people from the important factory. But if this pandemic, this contagious, go half 30, 40,000 people, after here, we have to close everything. It's close the church, it's close everything. Just a market from cigarette, a market from go buy food. What other? Nothing. The
That's
rest
it.
is closed.
Just the market, just your grocery stores are open. Everything else is closed. Now the church is closing. That bothered me here because that's what they're doing. So they're doing church services online. Are they doing that where you are too? Or?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And the Vatican don't help the Italian people.
Are they closed? They're shut down
No,
too.
they
No?
close. No, is you want to help the Vatican from the people because the Vatican with the church closed, don't take the money from the people, no? When after you finish the mass.
So they'll stay open until Mass.
But it's impossible going in the church.
Wow.
And I remember one scene in the film Grey State from David Crowley, the scene in the market when the people go inside the market, you don't have nothing for food.
Right. And David,
And if you, I understand good, because I think my film is like this. But in my film, it's something different because from the beginning, when it's come all this catastrophe, when it's come all this virus, the invasion from military and all the other things, from the beginning, the microchip is not obligatory. Okay?
They don't force
you. No, not forced. After, when this government is making poison in the water, poison in the air, after people, some me or some other people who believe this big organization in the world don't want to make a microchip, but the scope is this. This government starts make publicity in the big TV. It's something, example, the VIP Madonna. Okay, Madonna speak. Wow, thanks from the microchip, I know that my son is take drunk. Example, or another VIP from TV he speak. Wow, thanks from the microchip because with the microchip. I know where is my son, okay? And after he starts making forced all these things, why this? Because it's make you some is it trouble? No, trouble kit. 1 minute. Some joke. He say, okay, who have from this virus? If you make the vaccine, you don't die. But when you make this forced vaccine, okay, it's not only the vaccine, but it's one small microchip, and inside this microchip you have the virus, because this microchip is possible control from this government. And if you tomorrow just okay, the people have 85 years old have to dead. Just with one task can press, okay, is explosion inside the toxin, the virus, and you dead. This is because you want to control nascite. 1 minute. Because you want to control birds and death. Because in the planet we have men in the planet. And now with all these things, I think that David is making bingo when he starts making Grey States. Because and me, I come from 3 years, I stay 3 years in Mogadishu with one group of Folgore from military in Italy. Okay? After me I write and I go out. But I think that David something find and understand for the future what's happening with America in all the world. And maybe I think for sure it's right something cold in the film, because I want to make people understand what's happening in the future in America, from the FEMA, the camp concentration, death penalty, microchip. And I tell you last time, for me, people is kill the David family.
So do you think people killed him because they didn't want Gray State to come out?
Yes.
Because it was too accurate, or it would panic people too much?
Because I think the two questions, the first and the second. Because many people, you give one nice message from the film, okay? And example, me, can I give one message from Italian people, from my film, from my book, but the people don't know what's up in America, what's up in Australia, what's up in Russia, don't know nothing, okay? And me, I know what's happening here in Italy and Europe. David know exactly what you want to make the government in America from one future global control. And I think that people, 100% is killed David and the family. Because, you know, I see in your group many posts, pictures, all bullshit. All bullshit. The very, I tell you many questions last time. Why the brother take outside the house the present and don't understand, don't see the. It's many things. Okay, you don't find one one response. I don't know what in England in English. One answer all this question. No, the truth you find, but the truth you find is not the truth. The truth is tell the police or tell the government is the other truth. And many people, some me, you, and other people from the group, is understand that all the David Crowley murder is don't kill himself. People kill him and the family and the right in the world. And the dog go outside, the door is open, and he come back. Listen, you know, me, I am here from Italy, and I know many things. And I think you know many things more me. But you see, it's all the bullshit. It's a Sunday when me, I want to make one film, and I take a green screen, and after I make the room yellow, red, you know. It's a Sunday Twin Tower, no? Because here in Italy, you know, what's happening in USA from Twin Tower is all the bullshit from the government.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, hopefully a lot of, I mean, it seems like a lot of people know until something like this happens, and people panic. That bothers me, that they're panicking, because that's when they won't do the rational thing. And I'm worried about that, because now it's like we're all being self-quarantined. So what happens next?
Yeah, all this panic is make all the people is some like a ship. You know, the ship.
Yeah, sheep. Yes.
Yeah, sheep. All like this. You know, and I think another 3-4 months we have some zombie. Because many people is 1 week we are in the house closer.
Yeah. Well, they're closing down everything but jobs, so they still want people to go to their jobs, but everybody else should quarantine themselves from Monday through Friday. It's a weird situation here, but
listen. Now in this time I speak with you, we are 6 people inside one house. 6. Because it's impossible to go out. It's incredible. And another thing, the telephone don't start to work.
Really?
The bank yesterday, the mom from my girlfriend is go take money and come out the right bank non-ability.
So you can't get cash from the bank?
Yeah. And listen. 1 week before, the government starts to speak, 4 months before, all the TV starts to make publicity from the POS. Take out the money cash and use it.
All right, I want to thank everybody for joining us here. We are now live, and Sophia is going to be discussing some very important things here. And I'm just going to make sure that there are no other audio issues on my end. And if there are, we'll take care of that. Because I can hear myself in the background. And
Sorry, I'm trying to
that's okay.
leave
I
it
thought
right
it was
now.
my feed, but that's all right. But
No.
Sophia is joining us here. You've got some very important stuff for us to talk about. And I just like to give my encoder a few seconds to catch up to make sure the health stream is okay. I want it to show green, and of course, it's going to show me yellow. So I'm going to check that. That usually means that I am operating a bit higher than I should be on here, but that's okay because of the internet issues and everybody's on the internet at the same time. This looks good, so I am going to make sure that that is on mute. Then I'm going to bring up the PowerPoint here that I have. Looking at slide 1, which is just a basic standard thing here. DNA and item 57 with Sophia. So you have brought up some very interesting things, and I'm going to pull up my show notes that we have here. I don't know if they're going to be in any order or not, but I'll make sure that these notes and these links are that people can access these. And of course, we're going to post this into the group. But we are live right now, so if anybody is in the chat room, if you have any questions, any comments, or concerns, this is the perfect time to go ahead and ask those. We're going to ask that we kind of stay on topic here, but after this presentation is over, if you have any questions or anything that you'd like to talk about, we'll try to hold on the line and we will try to address those. So with that being said, this is Gray Stage episode, I believe, number 181, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. And Sophia, you have the floor. Let us know your thoughts here. Start us off.
Well, let's see here. We're going to go to item 57, which was the bullet that went through the living room ceiling by the light. It ended up into the attic. And when the police found this item, was it February 14th, Greg?
They found it on February 18th, I believe. February 18th or February 19th. So pretty much 1 month later.
Thank you. A month later, correct. They said that this is the results of the laboratory examination. Blood was not detected on item 57. However, a sample was collected from item 57 as item 57-1. There was a nuclear test done on this, and they said it was a male DNA profile, which
I'll light the fire. You place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Staring at the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you play your love songs all night long. For me, only for me. Come to me now, rest your head for just 5 minutes. Everything is done. Such a cozy room. The windows are illuminated by the evening sunshine through them. Fiery gems for you. Only for you. Ah. very, very, very fine house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. And la 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 Our house is a very, very, very fine house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. And I'll light the fire while you place the flowers in the vase.